Secret. Copyright 2024 by Samantha Price. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Previously. Trust had stayed up late watching movies, and she had planned to sleep in. The last thing she expected was an early morning call on her burner phone. Only two people had that number, Kent and Marty, her long-term associates in crime. The early call was strangely welcome. It had saved her from the nightmare she was having about Ryan Castle. He was still on the run from the police, and in her dream he was strangling her in a car. She leaned over and fumbled through the drawer of her bedside table, hoping to grab the phone before it stopped ringing. Hello. It's me. It was Kent. I'm asleep. Or I was asleep. Kent didn't care, he just kept talking. Vale is looking for you. I just got an email. Merrick Vale was her main fence, her mover of stolen gems and jewelry. Merrick wasn't his real name. He dropped his first name back in the 70s in an effort to sound more American. It seemed no one had told him that Merrick wasn't a common American name. His jewelry store was now the destination for New York City's rich and famous. He'd also opened a second store. Thanks, Kent. I'll call him when I wake up. It's 9. I thought you were an early riser. Don't you run in the park first thing? Sometimes, except when I'm sleeping. Sorry too. Trust pressed end call and tossed the phone back in the drawer, slamming it closed. She sat up, realizing she might drift back into the same nightmare. It had happened to her before. Then she ripped the covers off and headed out to the kitchen. Once the coffee machine purred into action, she hit the remote to raise her blinds. The morning sun streamed in, waking her further. Maybe watching those movies so late hadn't been a good idea. Trust hated being woken up, and that was the main reason she didn't have a pet. She'd recently begun toying with the idea of getting a small dog to take running with her, on walks or even out for coffee. She'd been watching dog owners interact with their pets lately and couldn't help feeling she was missing out. There had to be more for her in life. Here she was on the wrong side of 30 with no man, no pets, and no close friends. A pet would keep her company, but then there were the logistics of looking after a living being. For now, the idea of a pet was on hold. Jack Fletcher wouldn't be needing her for several days. He was giving lectures to new FBI recruits in Virginia. The whole thing had sounded boring as he was telling her the details, and Trust had stopped listening somewhere along the way. Monica Blaze wasn't going with him, and that was all Trust had cared about. That woman would do anything to get her hands on Jack. Monica still hadn't returned to active service after she'd been shot in the shoulder. Trust poured herself a cup of coffee and then took it over to the couch. Once she took the first sip, she was ready to face whatever drama Vale had. It would definitely be a drama, or some kind of problem. They weren't social acquaintances or friends. Trust had a bad feeling. Something wasn't right. There was only one way to find out what Merrick wanted. She picked up her cell phone and hit the number. He answered immediately, which was unusual. Hey, what's up? Trust asked. Okay. Is something wrong? She could tell by his breathing that he was pacing. That was what he did when he was upset. The dagger was all he said. She knew what he was talking about right away. There'd been so much on her mind lately, she'd forgotten about it. It was reportedly owned by a czar of Russia. She'd stolen it years ago, on her way out of a museum, after she'd taken a suite of diamond jewelry. It had caught her eye. You've got a buyer. Well, yes and no. Which one is it? It can't be both. What's it been 2 years now? Trust asked. I was nearly going to suggest to you that we break it up for scrap, but I found a buyer. He made us an offer. Trust was intrigued. Let's hear it. 1.5 to you after I take my cut. Vale was a harsh negotiator. She'd learned long ago never to take his first offer. No way in the world. It's worth a lot more than that. No, it's not. There's more to this story. The money was supposed to transfer to me today, but it didn't happen. I called the buyer, and he's claiming the diamonds are fake. No. It's not possible. They're fake, Trust. It took a moment for his words to sink in. So you let him take it before paying for it, and he's told you the stones are fake and you believe him? Yes. I've let him pay later before, and I believe him because I didn't test the diamonds like I normally do. She hadn't taken a close look at those diamonds, she'd just assumed. And they had looked like the real deal to her practiced eyes. There had been no reason to doubt them. They can't be fake. Did you test the stones? Vale asked. Maybe you should come here so we can talk in person. We can talk now. I didn't get them from some random bank vault. I got them from a museum. I didn't even think to test them. Fake. The rest of the haul was okay, Trust stated, still trying to wrap her mind around it. I know, but the dagger is not. Trust was thinking of all the possible scenarios. Someone must have done a switch in the museum. It's possible. And it could have happened at any time. Unfortunately, I had to tell my client we'd made an error. Did he say we? Oh, please tell me you kept my name out of it. Of course I did. She didn't believe him. He continued, I've never told anyone about you. Naturally, he was upset when he learned the dagger was fake. He had his heart set on it. I can't afford to upset him. He's my biggest client, and that makes him an important person to you. She wondered where he was going with this. To me. Yes. I know you wouldn't like to be the direct cause of my reputation being ruined. I'm sorry, but I'm out of the game. Sorry won't cut it, Trust. Hey, I'm the one who took all the risk. Just tell him it won't happen again. Tell him to keep the fake dagger. End of story. That won't work with a man like him. He's one of the wealthiest men in New York, and one of the most powerful. I had to work out a deal. Good. I'm glad you were able to work it out. Goodbye. Wait. She had her finger over the end call button, but somehow she knew this was far from over. What? I had to offer him something. I don't understand. He hasn't paid, so what's he upset about? I just told you he's one of my biggest clients. He's disappointed with me, and with good reason. Trust heaved a sigh. Oh well, boo-hoo. Disappointed. He should try living my life. It's full of disappointments. If I don't keep him happy, he could turn his whole social set against me. I asked him what I could do to make it up to him. He figured out a way, and I agreed to it. Go on, and I hope it doesn't involve me. Neither of us can afford to get on this man's bad side. He's powerful. If I told you who he is, you'd understand. He's one of the most influential men in New York. He gets what he wants, always. So I'm guessing he wants something, so you want me to steal something. I'm sorry. I don't do that anymore. Get someone else. There is no one else. You're the best. Do it for me, for all the deals we've done in the past. I've made you a rich woman. And I've made you a rich man, Trust shot back. Trust, just do this one thing for me. I need it. Help out an old friend. Just listen first before you say no again. Trust sighed. If things went south and she landed back in the slammer, the inmates she'd met on her first visit would kill her, or at the very least, they'd make her life so unbearable she'd wish she were dead. Whatever it is, I can't do it. You must. I relied on you when you gave me that dagger. I never thought you'd give me something fake to sell. It's bad for both of us. He knew how to get at her. She hated being let down. That had happened too many times in her life. Trust always did her best to do the right thing with others. Just tell me what the job is. I don't need all the ins and outs. What's the target? I got she's. What? They are small gold and jewel-encrusted jade statues. The Incas used them as gods, prayed to them. Never heard of them. There's no reason you would have. Trust was silent for a moment. Where are they? I can't leave the country with the restrictions they've placed on me. Anyway, tell me everything. I know I won't get off the phone until I've heard the full scenario. You won't have to leave the country. They're on a boat. What kind of boat? The kind a billionaire would own. A yacht? Trust asked. The items you need to steal reside in a safe on what they call a mega yacht. And is your client 100% sure that's where they are? What if they've been moved? How would he know? He knows. I trust him. It's a party boat. Bring your bikini. I will not. Why all the negativity? You would have jumped at this 2 years ago. You would have seen this as a challenge. I've put that life behind me. I keep telling you. There's a story to all this, Trust, and I haven't told you about it. Make it a short story, not War and Peace. I've got things to do today. She was getting her nails done, and maybe her hair if her stylist could squeeze her in on short notice. She picked up the ends of her hair and held them up to the light, looking for split ends. My client owned the eyegotchis, and Franklin Carver stole them from him when he was staying at his house in the Hamptons over Christmas. Trust forgot all about her hair and sat up straight. Now he had her attention. Franklin Carver. I've heard of him. He's a billionaire. That's what I said. My client has bought some things from me before, knowing that they haven't always come from the right places, if you know what I mean. He had the eyegotchis for years. He knew Carver was a collector of Incan artifacts, so he showed them to him. Then the eyegotchis left with Carver. How does he know for sure Carver stole them? Carver later gloated to someone else that he had them, knowing my client couldn't do a thing about it. He couldn't go to the cops, as he's got things he's hiding too. He couldn't afford the cops looking too closely at him. So your client and Carver are both criminals? Trust asked. Don't be judgmental. It depends on your definition of being a criminal. She spanned her forehead with one hand, feeling an oncoming headache. Ridding herself of her past wasn't easy. She took another mouthful of coffee, trying to get the whole picture. I'm just making a statement. I'm not happy, obviously, about misleading you and your client regarding the dagger. It wasn't intentional. This is your fault. I'm telling you, if this guy takes me down, I'm taking you down with me. Trust was trapped. What she needed was facts. I'm not saying yes. Give me 30 minutes to get organized, and I'll come and see you. She ended the call. Chapter 2. The Present. Soon, Trust Zeigler was sitting across the desk from Merrick Vale in his office behind his high-end jewelry store. Let's see it, Trust said. Vale held out his hands. I don't have the dagger. He has it. I told you this on the phone. Trust held her head. I was just waking up. You told me a lot of things. You gave your client the dagger, just like that with no payment? And if he is paid, where's my cut? And why would he take it if he was so upset it was fake? I haven't been paid. I already told you that. You're missing the point, my dear. I told him they were diamonds before I tested them because they'd come from you. Hardly my fault then, is it? His dark eyebrows drew together. He called me with the news after he had the dagger in his possession. He didn't want to return it, and I was in no position to argue. She shifted in her seat. It has some value. Did you really just give it to him with zero payment? You've been fuzzy about that part. We've done business before. I trust him when he says they aren't diamonds. He still wants it. He won't pay the price I asked, of course. It's up to you and me to work out a figure. But there's no amount that will make him happy unless we do this job for him. Unless I do the job, you mean? She heavily emphasized the word, I. Yes. I know you want a new life, and I can respect that. I'm not trying to sabotage your efforts. It's just that my reputation's on the line. It could ruin me if he leaks this. So it might be a priceless antique, and you've just handed it over, regardless of the stones not being diamonds. And that's if he's telling the truth about that. It's not priceless. Merrick shook his head. It's not worth nothing, she countered, now doubting his entire story. He could have been making the whole thing up. Don't worry so much. I'm the one who has to deal with him. It was the most embarrassing moment of my life when he told me he had the stones tested. He will pay us something for the dagger when the job is done. Trust wasn't happy to be taking the word of a criminal and being blackmailed over it. With pleading eyes, Vale asked, just do this last thing. My client said you can keep whatever else is in Carver's safe. He just wants the eyegotchis back. The poor man is distraught. They're like his children. Eyegotchis. The statues. You won't be stealing, you'll be returning something to the rightful owner. And remember, if I go down, you'll go down with me. She blew out a deep breath. How am I supposed to get on and off the boat without being seen? Is it docked somewhere? We didn't discuss that part, but you can merge with the guests. He's always entertaining. Trust shook her head. It's not possible. Yachts don't have that many guests normally. Unless there's a large party. You're the expert. I've never been on one. Don't forget that my face is known everywhere. My image has been plastered all over the newspapers. My client says the guests are mostly intoxicated, except of course for the crew. It's not going to work. Let's just say I do get them out of the safe, then what? I'll be on a yacht. What am I going to do, swim for it? I'm just looking for a yes from you, and all these things will be adequately figured out. How much are these things worth anyway? Priceless. At least that was a good start. If she was going to be blackmailed into this, she wanted something for her charity. What's my cut? You get to keep whatever is in the safe, and then you get your cut of the dagger, whatever that will be. You also won't be going to jail, but if you refuse to do this, we'll both be going to jail. This guy means business. I want something if the statues are priceless, but only because I'll have to get other people involved, and they'll need to be paid. I'm sure I can talk him into $500,000 deposited in your Swiss bank account. He already agreed to you keeping everything else in Carver's safe, which of course you'll give to me to find buyers for. He grinned. $500,000 in an account that I'll never get access to, and risk my freedom. And there might not be anything else in the safe. No thanks. I'm totally not feeling the vibe. The heat will be off you in a few years. You can get the money from the Swiss bank at that time. Maybe. I just can't get excited about these statues. Got a picture? He grabbed his cell phone, tapped a couple of things and held it out to her. Okay. I thought they'd be pretty. They're ugly. Still not excited. You'll be on a boat with millionaires and billionaires. Whatever they've got is yours for the taking. Apart from the fact I'm not doing that anymore, you're forgetting I can't show my face, Trust reminded him. Vale smirked at her. Wear a disguise. I believe you've never had a problem with that. I've never done anything like this. I normally get in, do my thing and get out. No risk. Well, with as little as possible. My client will help with the intricacies of how you'll get on and get off and so forth. Wait here. I'm not going anywhere, and I still haven't agreed to anything. He walked out of the room to make the call, which Trust found strange. She moved to the door, hoping to hear something. She couldn't, so she sat down again and drummed her fingernails on the highly polished cedar desk as she looked around. Vale wasn't short of a penny, that was certain. Most of his clients were entitled, and many of them were quite willing to bend the rules for rare treasures. Her gaze traveled to the safe in the corner, one of three she knew he had. The other two were smaller, located at the back of the showroom. He came back in and sat down in front of her, seeming flustered. He said he can get you on the yacht as part of the crew. As a stewardess. A maid. People would see me. You mean I'd integrate with other people? I guess so. He's got the connections. You get the goods, get off the boat. You will have to pose as a member of the crew. No one will notice you or recognize you. He guarantees that. Something in his voice and demeanor told her otherwise. You told him who I am. He knows it's me. Admit it. I'm sorry. Yes, but he's got more to lose than you. She'd go back to prison and likely serve a 10 to 15-year sentence. Who is he? Okay, I'll tell you. It's Andre Lombardo. She was surprised to hear that name. He was heavily involved in local politics and practically ran the city. So, he'll get me on the boat and then I'm on my own. Yes. It's docked at that new marina in Brooklyn. You'll get on and get off before it leaves the pier. She nibbled on a fingernail. She was not overly familiar with boats. Get the goods and get off while the boat is docked, she mused. I guess I'll go in as a new crew member and leave a few hours later. That's right. Oh, as simple as that? Trust asked. Forgetting I have to blend with the crew, convince them I know what I'm doing, find the safe, open the safe, then make a getaway. Wait, please tell me Lombardo has the combination to Carver's safe. She kind of already knew the answer. No. I asked him that. Will you do the job, Trust? For me, for yourself? I don't know. She sat there mentally processing the pros and cons. The timing was great with Jack being away. If you walk away, he'll bury my name in the mud. I might as well close my doors. My staff will be jobless, and I'll lose everything I've built. My grandchildren won't go to college. I'll be back where I was when I came to this country at 17. I'll have nothing except the shirt on my back. My wife will leave me. I promised her she'd never be poor again. It sounds like this is a you problem, not a me problem. When there was silence, she looked up at him. He held her gaze and she stared straight back at him. All right. I'll level with you. Please do. She sat up straighter. He swallowed hard. He was excited that you're doing the job for him. She opened her mouth to speak and he raised his hand to stop her. I told him you'd do it, he spat out. Again, not my problem. You had no right to tell anyone I'd do anything. I'm afraid it is your problem, Trust. It is now because if I tell him no, let's just say that people don't say no to him. He rubbed the back of his neck. You're in this now, Trust, just as much as I am. He knows about your deal with the FBI, and he's hinted he can ruin things for you if things don't go his way. Trust huffed, crossed her arms, and leaned back in the chair. If I do this, then what? Does he think I'm working for him now? If I agree, will this be the last thing he'll want from me? I don't know. Let's hope not. Can't he get someone else? He wants you. Lombardo gets what he wants no matter what the cost, monetary-wise and everything else. He leaned over toward her. He can destroy you and me too. Were those real tears in his eyes? He picked up his phone and held it out so she could see the picture of the statues, the Aigachis again. They were ugly, but Trust had a soft spot for jade. And what else would a billionaire like Carver keep in his safe? She was intrigued, but she hated being blackmailed. Trust held both hands up to her face and rubbed it, not caring she was smudging her makeup. The timing was in her favor with Jack out of town and fully occupied with other things. She didn't need to put her family in harm's way again. There was really no other choice. Tell him I'll do it. He jumped to his feet. You will. Only if he can get two of us on the yacht. I won't be able to do this alone. She needed Kent. He was good with computers, and he could think on his feet. All she had to do was talk him into it. And he owed her, after making her watch Star Wars movies and a marathon of Batman movies. His bushy eyebrows rose. Two of you. That's your stipulation? Yes. I'll need backup, otherwise it won't work. Vale nodded. He should be able to do that. Call him now and find out. Tell him it's impossible for me to do this alone. And our covers need to be solid ones. I don't want any nasty surprises if the crew or anyone else should become suspicious. Don't worry. He grabbed his cell phone. I'll call him again. No, don't go out of the room again. There's no reason you can't call him from here. Frowning, he sat down. Then he tapped some numbers. It's me again. Can you get two on that yacht? He looked up at her and asked, male or female? A male, and he wouldn't suit being a deckhand or doing any heavy lifting. Male, he said into the phone. Great. He ended the call, placed his phone down, and smiled at Trust. Email me both yours and this man's pseudonyms and ID documents, along with references and all that jazz, and I'll send them on to him. He'll contact the agency that sources staff for the Siren. Siren. The Greek legend came to mind. The sirens would sing and lure sailors to their death. Was this a death mission? It seemed an unlucky name for a boat. And what if those Aigachi statues were cursed? She wasn't certain if she believed in curses or bad omens, but she didn't want to find out if they were real when it was too late. Then it occurred to her that this could all be some kind of trap. Had Monica Blaze from the FBI gotten to Vale and turned him informant? If so, it would be entrapment, but that aside, she'd probably still go to jail. Was Jack listening in on this conversation right now? Perhaps Jack wasn't at that conference after all. If anyone could verify Jack's location, it was Kent. "You'll do it?" Merrick Vale asked as he stared at her intently. She imagined 10 FBI agents running into the room if she said yes. It was odd that he'd ask her point blank like that when she was sure she'd as good as said she'd do it a moment ago. "I'll email you later today with my answer, okay? Don't leave it too long. He's taking the vessel out on Friday. Word is his brother's proposing and wants to do it at sea. There'll only be a small group, only close friends. It'll be the perfect time. Everyone will be distracted, and the drinks will be flowing. Trusted. I'll be in touch." She needed to speak to Kent in person. "Meanwhile, I'll email you a picture of the Igotchis just to remind you what they look like," Vale said as Trust headed out the door. Chapter 3. An hour later, Trust sat in front of Kent as he consumed a Pepsi while intermittently nibbling on pumpkin seeds. It was a curious mixture, but she didn't question it. "It's nice to see you and all, but why are you here?" He offered her some seeds. She stared at them and put up her hand. "No thanks. I need you to find out everything about Franklin Carver." "The billionaire?" "Yes. I'm stealing back something he stole from Andre Lombardo. I'll need you to do a background check on Lombardo too." "Oh no, Trust. Did you think about this?" he asked as he continued munching on the seeds. "No. I just thought I'd risk my life and everything I'm trying to build on a whim. Of course I've thought about it." He took a mouthful of Pepsi and placed the can back on the coffee table. "This raises so many questions for me. You're getting back into the game. Are you now working for Lombardo?" "No and no." "Okay. That's what it sounded like." "I'm doing a favor for Merrick Vale. It's not really even a favor. I made a mistake about something, and I'm fixing it. No need for you to know more than that. It's a long story, but I'm trapped into doing this and there's no way out." When he continued to stare at her, she caved and told him the whole thing. After he sat staring at her, he asked, "So you're going on the yacht?" "Yes, but only if you find that everything checks out. I just feel something's not right somehow. What if the FBI are putting pressure on Vale to bring me down? They could have found out about his activities and done a deal with him." "Don't do it if you're worried. It's not as easy as that. If he's not working with the FBI, I'm trapped into doing this. Lombardo knows about me and wants me to do this. And not only that, if Vale gets ruined, he's not going down alone. He already said he'll take me down with him, and I believe him." Kent's mouth turned down at the corners. "I never trusted Vale. He's got no honor." Trust sighed. Why would Lombardo want to hold on to the dagger when he knows it's fake? "It's not exactly fake, but it's not worth anywhere near what we thought if he's right and they're not diamonds." "There's your answer. Because if the dagger's not a fake, it would still be a valuable piece." "You're right. I thought of that. It has antiquity value, and who knows what that would be. It's out of the range of my expertise." Kent nodded. "We certainly can't ask anyone. I'll do some research on Lombardo and the other guy and see what I can come up with." "That would be great, but our main priority right now is to make sure Monica's not setting me up." Kent frowned. "Isn't she still on leave from being shot?" "Yes, but that might have given her more time to think about me and plot her revenge. She blames me for her being shot. She could have instigated something, sowed some doubt in Jack's mind." Trust shrugged. "You should see the way she looks at Jack. Doesn't seem like he's interested. He would have made his move by now." "Who knows?" Trust pushed her hair behind her ears. "And see what you can find out about Igotchis. They're said to be priceless jade statues." "How do you spell that?" "I'm not sure. I only heard it said." "You'll figure it out. They're reportedly Incan jade gods, a pretty shade of green translucent jade. Vale emailed me a photo, and I forwarded it to you. I'll check it out." I'm still working out how they set stones into the jade. Most likely some kind of glue. It'd have to be. Kent nodded. Okay. If you say so. If all checks out, we'll need to get on that yacht before Friday. Lombardo claims he can get us on as crew. Kent stared at her and gulped. We us? Yes. I forgot to tell you, you're coming too. What? Trust smiled. Yes, you're coming with me. They've got me on as a stewardess, and I guess some similar job for you. What do I have to do? I hope you've got me on as a chef because... She looked at the 2 empty pizza boxes on the floor. A chef. You can't cook. I can. For some reason, I knew you'd want to do the most unlikely, insane thing. I can cook, Trust, but... Why do you always order pizza? My kitchen's not equipped. You know my father was a chef, and my mother was a pastry cook. It's in the blood. No, I didn't know that. Funny, I can't picture you having parents. Anyway, we'll have to take whatever jobs we're given and bluff our way through until nighttime. It'll be a quick job. In and out. Trust was relieved he didn't object, especially given this was the first time he wouldn't be behind the scenes. What do you know about boats? I've had nothing to do with them. The closest I've come to a boat was when I was on the Staten Island ferry years ago. I've been on yachts for functions, but I've never worked on one, obviously. I should know more tomorrow. See what you can find out. She stood up. Like I said, if it all checks out, we will need to move quickly. I'll call you. Just as Trust was nearly at the door, Kent came up behind her. Wait. She turned around. Yes? You say you've been on one of these mega yachts before? Trust nodded. Yes. When I've had to get close to certain people for a job. I'm thinking of our escape. What's the name of the yacht? Siren. The Siren, he asked. No, just Siren, I think. How is Lombardo getting us in? If you decide to go ahead with this. He knows someone at the agency that supplies the crew. I'm guessing he's paying someone off. She took a step toward the door. I hope they need a cocktail waiter. I can do that. That's how I paid my way through college. They won't need someone to make drinks full-time. The crew usually has to do a multitude of things. Kent raised his eyebrows. Really? Yes. That's the only other thing I can do. Kent rubbed his forehead and looked down. If you're happy that everything checks out and it's not some kind of elaborate trap, we'll need Marty to give us new IDs, fast. Once we've got those, Vale will give Lombardo our names and copies of our ID documents, and he'll send those to the agency. I don't like how that bit's out of our hands. Me either, but there's nothing we can do about that. Check everything out, okay? I'm on it. Trust left Kent to do his research. Chapter 4. After Trust parked her car at her apartment building, she walked to her favorite coffee destination. It was there she did her best thinking. She took a seat by the window, and as soon as she'd ordered her usual, she looked out the window at the passers-by and let her mind wander. Merrick Vale had done a good job of guilt-tripping her into this. What Vale said about his reputation was true. Once word got around that he was passing off fake stones as diamonds, he could be finished. It depended on how nasty Lombardo wanted to get. Was it technically stealing from Franklin Carver if Lombardo was the rightful owner? Trust could see Lombardo's point. He couldn't go to the police when he found out Franklin Carver had stolen from him. Then her mind drifted to Jack. Even though she was restoring something to the rightful owner, Jack would see it as plain outright theft. There you go, Trust. Dee, the waitress who served her every day, set down her cappuccino and the bagel with lashings of cream cheese. Trust smiled up at her. Ah, thank you. It looks good. She picked up her phone and texted her off-sider for the Haven of Hope to ask how the women's shelter was coming along. She got a text back that everything was okay, for now. Until next month, when they'd need a $100,000 payment. For Trust, that was good news. As she picked up her coffee cup, she became even more doubtful about the whole thing. So much of it was out of her control. She couldn't afford to get caught. Jack had offered her an incredible lifeline when he gave her the chance to work alongside him with the FBI. It was the stuff that dreams were made of. There wouldn't be a do-over or second chance. Jack would be lost to her forever, and she'd be back staring at the four walls of a prison cell with intolerable people. Setting her coffee cup down, she looked outside once more. Why was life so difficult? Why couldn't she go straight and break those old ties without getting dragged back into the darkness? Her cell phone sounded and she fished it out of her bag, hoping it was Kent with some news. It was her sister, Serenity. "Hi there." "Hello. What's going on?" Trust asked. Serenity didn't seem herself. She normally bubbled over with news. "What are you doing today?" Serenity asked. "Not much. I was going to get my nails done, but not anymore." Then she heard sobbing. "Hey, what's wrong?" "It's about Jake." Trust bit her lip. Jake must have been a new boyfriend. She hadn't heard about him yet. Their parents wouldn't be happy with the rate her sister was falling in and out of love. It had to be a bad reflection on their parenting skills. "Oh, I'm so sorry. He dumped me. It's a long story, and I don't want to talk about it over the phone. Can I come and see you? I'm already in the city." "Sure. I just need someone to confide in, and I've got some interesting gossip too." Trust was always up for some gossip, as long as it didn't involve her. "I'll be home in half an hour. See you soon." Serenity ended the call. Blowing out a deep breath, Trust picked up a teaspoon and folded the chocolate sprinkles into the froth atop the cappuccino. She wasn't in the mood to listen to her sister. There was too much else going on. Besides, Serenity had the same problem over and over again. It was tragic. What her sister needed was to find a good man and get married. Surely there would be someone for her in the Amish community. There were hundreds of members. What her sister needed was to get back with her original boyfriend, get married and have children. That was what she wanted. What was his name again? She'd ask her sister what became of him. Her mind focused on the possibility of having a new job. Pushing her reservations to the side, she focused on the positive aspects. They would get on as new crew members. She'd break into the safe that night while Kent was her lookout, and they'd both get off the yacht the same night. She bit her knuckle. It would mean them both fooling the crew for those few hours. Then she thought about all the business she and Vale had done together over the years. It was something she really had to do to protect herself. Trust spread the cream cheese evenly over her bagel and took a bite. If Kent found nothing suspicious in his investigations, they'd have to go ahead. Chapter 5. How's Jack? Serenity made herself comfortable on Trust's couch. "He's good. I think. He's away at the moment." "That's why you're home today?" Serenity asked. "That's right, but I only work when he needs me. I'm kind of like a consultant. Not 9 to 5, thank goodness. I never want to live like that." "You always said that, and you never wanted to have a boss." "Correct. We had too many rules when we were growing up. You can't do this, you can't do that. It's a wonder we're still sane. The last thing I want is to be told what to do. Work for the man, as they call it. I've always been my own boss." Serenity smiled. "Ma'am and Dad do care a little too much about what people think. That's why they were so strict." "I know. That's the problem. No one's perfect. It's too much pressure to act like that all the time, all good and holy. I mean, does anyone have the perfect life? Certainly not me." "So was this new man, the boyfriend you broke up with, was he Amish?" "Kind of." Serenity's mouth turned down at the corners, and her bottom lip quivered. "Wait. I'll make us coffee, and then you can tell me." By the time Trust made the coffee and sat down next to her sister, Serenity was sobbing. "I'm sorry. Would you rather not talk?" Trust asked. Serenity moved closer, and Trust put her arm around her. "Where did you meet him?" "He came to the summer charity auction. He walked over to me, and we started talking. He asked me out for a buggy ride then and there." Trust grinned. "How romantic." "Don't be so sarcastic. It was romantic. I'm not being sarcastic. It sounds good. It was good until I found out he had a girlfriend, Serenity said as she dabbed at her eyes with the end of her shirt. Are you sure? She was right there, Trust. She arrived the next day to surprise him. Then they were both at the Sunday meeting together, and he totally ignored me. Serenity blubbered. He chose her over me. Trust hugged her tighter. What a pig. It seems we both have rotten luck with men. Don't say that. Serenity raised her head from Trust's shoulder to look up at her. I've got a good feeling about you and Jack. Trust laughed. It'll never happen. He doesn't even think about me in that way. I'm just a weird person to him. Just there for him to pick my criminal brain. Don't call yourself a criminal. Trust grimaced. I don't usually. You just did. I didn't mean it. Serenity wiped her eyes again. It's just not fair. I just want to be happy. Whatever happened to Jason? Serenity was silent for a moment. Do you mean Silas? Oh yes, possibly. He's still around. What do you think of him? Trust asked. He was dating someone, and he just broke up with her. There's your chance. Jump in while he's on the rebound. Trust, I don't want to be the rebound woman. Rebounds never last the distance. Ah, but you won't be just the rebound woman because you and he were dating before. Serenity sniffed and looked a little happier. Do you think so? Yes, and I can tell by your face you still like him. He might be the one. When Trust's burner phone rang, she jumped off the couch. I'll just take this in the other room. She closed herself in the bedroom. Hello. Everything checks out. It was Kent. What's everything? Firstly, you never got that spyware off Jack's computer like you were supposed to. Good thing too. The only emails exchanged between him and Monica are about her health. Good. And phones. I wasn't able to access those, but from what I saw in the emails, I'd safely say nothing's going on regarding you. I can safely say you're safe. This is not an FBI sting against you. Jack is where he says he is, and Monica's at home feeling sorry for herself and waiting on clearance to go back to work. And what about Lombardo and Carver? Trust asked. Both very rich men, both ruthless. Both laws unto themselves. Trust bit her lip. She'd already figured that out, and didn't want to get on the wrong side of either of them. Since Lombardo knew that Vale had nominated her for the job, it was too late to back out. She'd be on Lombardo's wrong side, and friends in high places might come in handy. Trust, are you there? Kent asked. Sorry. I'm thinking. It looks like we're going ahead with this. You don't need to sound happy about it. I'm not. Trust opened the door slightly and looked at Serenity. She was staring at her phone. She closed the door. Have Marty get ready to work on our IDs. As soon as we have those, Lombardo will set us up with the agency that supplies the staff for Siren. Serenity suddenly called out, I'll go if you're going to be on the phone all the time. I'm coming now, Trust called back. Then she said to Kent, I've got to go. Serenity's here. She ended the call and walked back out. She had to get rid of Serenity. Kent would be calling back at any time, and they'd need to go to Marty's to prepare. It sounds like you're busy. I should go. Serenity stood up, looking like she was going to cry again. Trust stepped forward. No, don't go when you're upset. I have to work tonight. I need to go home and get ready. You didn't tell me you had a job. Where are you working? Serenity hung her head. Just at a cafe back home. Look after yourself. The two of them hugged. Then Serenity said, What will I do if Jake and his girlfriend show up at the cafe? How long are they here for? Isn't he going back to wherever he's from? I don't know. All I know is that I'm pretty sure they're still here. Just ignore them. I doubt they'll show up. He knows you work there. Serenity nodded. Yes. He'd be a fool to show his face. He two-timed you and his girlfriend. If she's got any sense, she would have dumped him by now too. Serenity bit her lip. You'll keep your cell phone switched on in case I need to talk. Yeah, sure. Always. Thanks, Trust. They hugged again, and serenity left. Trust closed the door and leaned against it. If only her problems were as small and insignificant as her sister's. She picked up the phone to tell Merrick Vale she was going ahead with the job. Chapter 6. Trust and Kent rode through the streets of the quiet, middle-class residential subdivision, past Marty's house. Trust had the taxi driver let them out up the road a bit, and she and Kent stood there chatting long enough for the car to drive out of sight before they walked back. Before they reached the front door, it opened. As always, it was good to see Marty's smiling, chubby face and his round, bald head. Marty looked from one to the other. Welcome and come in. Marty and Kent bumped fists, and Trust gave Marty a quick hug before they followed him into the entrance passageway and then down the stairs. Once they were all at the lower level, he pushed aside a painting and pressed the button it had concealed. The wall slid open, revealing an adjoining room. This was where Marty ran his business. Once they were inside, the wall closed behind them. So, you're both off to rub shoulders with the rich and famous? It seems so. This'll be the first and last time for me, Kent assured him. Marty put his hands on his hips. I'm surprised you drag our young friend into this, Trust. It's not really his gig. I know that. If things go bad, he can pretend he doesn't know me. No use in both of us getting caught. Besides, I'll need both of you on the outside in case I get caught. I might have to plot another escape. It won't happen, Kent said. We just have to stay positive, and the force will be with us. Marty shook his head. I hope you're right. He looked at Trust. Last time you were here, you were complaining about someone stealing $15 million worth of diamonds from you. Trust shuddered. I'm trying not to think about him. Ryan's escaped, Kent told Marty. I know, but still. $15 million worth. Diamonds I had to steal while he sat in the car and did nothing. I can't tell you how many times that man stabbed me in the back. Kent told Marty, you're better off not to bring it up next time. Noted. You've planned our disguises? Trust asked. Marty grabbed 2 passports and handed them over. Trust opened hers to see a woman with long blonde hair. Oh, that's not supposed to be me, I hope. It will be you in a few hours. My lips aren't that shape or that big. They will be. I have injectables. Ouch. Trust noticed Kent had gone quiet and she looked at his ID. Kent's new identity had short-cropped hair, bleached blonde and spiked at the top. Wow. That doesn't look like you at all. Kent shook his head. It'll take ages to grow my hair back. No problem, Marty told him. Just wear a baseball cap while it grows back. Trust asked Marty, why all the light hair? You'll be in the sun on a yacht and supposedly experienced. I thought you should both be windswept and fabulous. And tanned. He pointed to a black plastic tent in the corner. Hence my new spray tan equipment. He looked Kent up and down. That goes double for you. You look like you haven't seen the sun in years. Hazard of the job, Kent told him. Trust looked around. Where's my wig? Wig? Marty shook his head. No. Your hair will be bleached and I'm giving you extensions. No hairpieces or wigs for you. Trust cringed at the thought. No. I'm not going to be there long enough, and then I go back to being myself the day after. He completely ignored her. Yes, and lash extensions, which you'll need as well. I have lash extensions on my lashes now. Marty peered at her lashes. They haven't been done well. You can barely see them. I go to the best salon in town. No. Trust frowned at Marty. I'll go along with the tan, but you're not doing anything to my hair. You're not touching my lashes or going anywhere near my eyes. Oh, Trust, you're such a drama queen. Kent hasn't complained about anything. Trust looked at Kent, who appeared to still be in shock as he continued to stare at his new ID. Remember, Kent. Think positive about the force and all that. He looked up at her. Yeah. You'll both have so much fun. You sit here, Trust, and I'll start on your hair, Marty said. No. Trust folded her arms. I need a wig. Marty scowled. I'm not doing all this for my health. I'm doing it for both of you. What if your wig falls off, Trust? Do you want to go back to prison? You'll have to wear a dark wig that looks like your old hair after the job's done. He looked over at Kent. It doesn't matter about you. Yeah, I figured. Trust heaved a sigh. All right. I'm not happy about it though. Finally, you see sense. As Marty stirred the powdered bleach and the developer in a mixing bowl, he looked up at the ceiling. You two will have so much fun in the sun. Getting to know the crew, swimming in the ocean with the whales and the dolphins. We'll be working, Kent said. And we'll only be on the boat for a few hours. That's right. Trust smoothed down her hair. Marty, have you done this before? Many a time. It was called streaking in the old days, but that also has another meaning now, so I prefer to call them highlights or tips. Whatever you want to call it, that's what you're getting. Okay. If you ruin it, it'll take me 5 years to grow back. Marty chuckled while he upended the extensions from a cardboard box. 165 of them. That should make a full head of hair. Okay. I hope you know what you're doing. There's a first time for everything, Kent said, earning a glare from Marty. Kent took another look at his photo. Is this all you could do for me? Sorry, there was nothing else. Unless you want your hair fully shaved, but I didn't think you had the head for it. It's cone-shaped. Okay for very short hair, but not so good for no hair. Marty ran his hand over his own bald head. Only a few of us can look good bald. Trust stifled a laugh, knowing he was deadly serious. He could learn a lesson in humility. Kent didn't seem to mind Marty's observation about his cone-shaped head. Marty continued, the other option I considered was giving you facial hair, Kent, but since you'll be in such close quarters with the rest of the crew, I didn't think fake facial hair would stand the test. He pulled on a tight plastic cap over Trust's head, and then with something that looked like a crochet hook, started pulling strands of Trust's hair through the holes. I had the same concern about you wearing a wig, Trust. Too risky. I get your point. You have a unique procedure. You do the photos and then make us match. Wouldn't it be easier to give us the looks first, and then take our photos? Trust asked. Never. Because you'd second-guess me. Oh wait, you did that anyway. I needed you both to see what you'd look like after I work my magic. It certainly doesn't look like me. I'm not sure if I like my lips so full. I mean, I already have full lips. Marty was quiet, and Kent was back to looking at his ID. Well? Trust asked. Well what? Marty countered. I said my lips are already full. He blinked rapidly. If you say so. They are. Marty shrugged his shoulders. Okay. All right, I'll go along with the lip thing. Trust blew out a deep breath. Marty grinned. And the lashes? Never. Do you do this treatment for all your customers, Marty? Kent asked. Of course. I do whatever they need. People come to me for the entire package. I can set them up with a new identity for a fraction of what other people would charge them. Trust giggled, knowing it wasn't true. Is that what you tell them? No, that's what they tell me. People charge hundreds of thousands to make someone into a new person. You can't put a price on that. That is, if you're giving them a whole new identity and not just a few documents, Trust said. Kent chuckled. I wouldn't argue with him, Trust. Your hair is in his hands. True. I take back what I said. I agree with everything. Kent looked over Marty's shoulder. Seriously, have you done this kind of thing before, colored a woman's hair? If truth be told, no, but I'm following the directions on the package. Trust knew it. I hope I end up looking like my picture, or I will need a wig. Just wait and see. I'll wager it'll be exactly the same as the picture before I'm through with it. How much? Kent asked. 100 big ones. Kent stepped back. 100,000. I don't have that kind of money. No, $100, silly. Okay. $100. They bumped fists. Trust closed her eyes. I'm surrounded by children. Are these for me? They look like the ones in my fake photo. Kent reached forward and picked up red spectacles. Yes, can you see through them? I had to guess your prescription. I can see things. It's a bit fuzzy at the edges. They are a strength of 2300ths. Did you buy them at the pharmacy, Marty? Trust asked. I did a while ago. I used them myself for a while. There's nothing wrong with them. Are you sure you can see well enough, Kent? Yes, they'll do. Marty, clearly upset by their questions, put his hands on his hips. As you said, you'll only be there for a few hours. If you want, you can take your own glasses as a backup. They will not suit the look I'm going for, though. At least he'll be able to see, which is kind of vital while we're there. Marty frowned and went back to doing Trust's hair. You do your job, Trust, I'll do mine. Trust rubbed her forehead in despair. Chapter 7. 2 hours later, Trust's new hair was dry, and thanks to the spray tan, her skin was nicely bronzed. Marty had already moved on to Kent. He'd cut his hair, and now he was carefully applying the bleach. Trust stared at her reflection, running her hands through her long locks. Marty had done a great job, and the color was perfect. It wasn't all one shade either. Some was left dark, and added to it were lighter and darker blonde streaks with no brassiness in sight. I'm loving this new look. It's a shame I can't keep it. Your own hair, straight and dark, is classy and much more suited to your personality. Thank you, Marty. It was rare to get a compliment from the man. What's my name? Do you remember? Tanya Wilkinson. It was the name of an old girlfriend I had way back when I was at school. Trust spun away from the mirror to face Marty. You named me after a real person. Relax and trust me. The answer is yes, but there must be thousands of Tanya Wilkinsons out there. This is what I do best. Trust the process. Nearly finished? Kent asked. There's not much hair left. There. He tossed the brush and the plastic bowl in the trash can. While that's processing, I'll give you the lowdown on what happens on a superyacht. Trust's been on one, Kent said. Yes, that's true, but I didn't take notice of what the crew did. I had other things on my mind. I am here, coming to your rescue. I'll go through it all. The deal is, you're both stewards, right? Marty asked. Yes. I think that's the arrangement. I won't know for sure until I hear from Vale again. I think you'll be stewards. They're not going to be dumb enough to give you jobs that will expose your lack of skills. They'll give you jobs on the bottom of the pecking order. That's good. We can't have any pressure when Trust's stealing the statues. Oh, there'll be pressure all right. The deal is, you'll work as many hours as you need to. There's no time off if something needs to be done. He looked at Trust. Do you know how to make a bed? I make my bed every morning. I'm not talking about throwing the covers over. They'll have you making up rooms in the morning. I'm talking about folding the corners in properly. He clapped his hands. Follow me, boys and girls. We'll only be on the yacht a few hours, Trust reminded him. What if you need to replace sheets before guests arrive? Trust me, Trust. He opened a door to a bedroom. Trust had stayed there when she'd needed to over the years. He stripped the bed down and then remade it. How do you know all this? Kent asked. I was in the Navy. Kent laughed. You were. Trust and Kent stared at each other. You never mentioned it, Trust said. Well, there you go. It's paying off now. I was young and silly before I found my true calling in life. Now you try it. Trust got it right on the second try. Then it was Kent's turn. On the third effort, he was still struggling. You'll have to practice it in your own time. I've got other things to run through. He had them both sit on the bed, and he went out of the room and returned with a folder. We'll only be there a few hours, won't we, Trust? Kent asked. That's the plan we've had from the beginning. In and out. We need to prepare for every situation, and that means you can't be caught out by lack of preparation, so both of you listen carefully. Marty gave them a rundown of all the roles for the crew and what they did. From the captain, the bosun or petty officer, to the engineer. Listen to me, Kent. I can see you're thinking about other things. Your mind's up in the air and visiting outer galaxies, fighting the stormtroopers, using one of those laser things. I'm not. I'm taking it all in, Kent assured him. Good. The captain is the boss, and if anything goes wrong, the buck stops there. And he has to go down with the ship, Kent added with a grin. Marty frowned at him. Normally, yes, but currently the captain of Siren is a woman. Captain Merritt. A yacht like the one you'll be on might have permanent security as well. The crew stays on board even when the owner's not there. Kent's eyebrows rose. Sounds like a good job if the owner's not there much. Trust agreed. But I bet they'll make up for it when he is. People like him have impossibly high standards. I managed to get a plan of Siren. Marty picked up a piece of paper and pointed to it. As you can see, this is the lower level where you'll be sleeping. Yes, like the third-class passengers in the Titanic. The ones they turned away and wouldn't allow on the life rafts. Please don't, Kent, Trust said. The Titanic went down. I don't want to hear about it or even think about it. I didn't think you'd be so nervous. We won't even be at sea, will we? Didn't you say we won't be leaving the dock or whatever it's called? I'm not sure of anything, but I'd just rather think positive. She looked up at Marty. So the crew sleeps at the bottom of the yacht. I guess I knew that. That's where the crew's mess is, the galley and the laundry. You can see there are 4 small rooms with 4 bunks apiece, 1 small one with 2 bunks and a larger room here. He pointed to the square marked out on the plan. A room for 1. I wonder who gets that, Trust said. I don't know. Someone important. Marty gave them both a copy. When he'd gone through everything, he looked at his watch and then looked at Kent. We'll rinse your hair off now. Aren't you supposed to check his hair? It mightn't be done yet. Marty glared at Trust. I'm going by the time yours took. All hair's different. Marty lifted his chin. Come into better light. He dragged Kent out to the other room and examined his hair. It might need another 5. Then he grinned at Trust. Now it's time for your lip filler. She had been hoping he'd forget about that. Just a little bit. I don't want to look like a blowfish. Trust me. You'll look just like your photo. No. You'll hurt me. I'll get it done at a salon tomorrow. No, Trust. You can't. You can't be seen. Don't forget there are CCTV cameras everywhere, on nearly every street corner. With that hair, you have to lay low until you get onto the yacht. I have pain-killing swabs. They'll numb your lips. Trust me. Trust sighed and slumped into a chair. Just a little, then. Okay. I'm using a hyaluronic acid filler, and it will break down naturally over time. He picked up a cotton swab and wiped it over her mouth. This is a painkiller. You should lie on a couch. Okay, if that's easier. Once she was lying down, he said, you'll feel a few small needle pokes. Your lips will be swollen for a couple of days. By the time you're on the yacht, you'll be perfect. Your lips will be kissable. Great. Don't talk. The first couple of jabs might hurt. He was right about that. Hey, what about me? Kent called out after a few moments. Marty turned to look at him, with the syringe in the air. I can give you fat lips another way, if you don't stop complaining. No. I mean my hair. It'll be snow white by now. I'm coming. Marty moved away from her. You're done, Trust. You can sit up. With burning lips, Trust looked on while Marty capped the syringe, disposed of it, and turned Kent into Zach Pembroke. Chapter 8. Transformed into Zach Pembroke and Tanya Wilkinson, Trust and Kent arrived at the marina and walked along the end of the dock to the Siren. Trust couldn't miss it since it stood larger and taller than the other yachts. Look at the size of it, Kent said. Don't act too in awe of it. We've both had experience on these kinds of yachts, remember? Trust reminded him. I'll act the part. Trust gave him a sidelong glance. I hope so. Just be yourself, but better, and don't talk about computers, software, hardware, or Star Wars. I won't. Or Batman. He stopped and stared at her. Why would I? Because that's what you normally talk about. I know, but I'm not me for the next couple of hours. I'm Zach, and I'm going to be Zach. He adjusted his glasses. They kept walking. Trust had left it late to worry about Kent. He'd never been so close to a job. Could he hold his nerve? She was used to being in stressful situations, whereas he normally sat behind his computer. Don't slip up and call me Trust. I won't, Tanya. Good, Zach. Here goes. Trust walked into the reception area of the Siren. They hadn't even gone 3 steps when they were confronted by a woman with straight, shoulder-length brown hair and thickly cut bangs. 2 green eyes peered at them from a tanned and weather-beaten face. Her long navy shorts were hemmed above the knee, and her crisp white shirt had shoulder patches and gold buttons. Trust put her in the late 40s to early 50s age bracket. Could this be the captain? When the woman's eyes narrowed, Trust sensed she was a woman with authority. Kent walked forward and stretched out his hand. Hello. Are you the first officer? She ignored his outstretched hand and looked Kent up and down, as though he were a sea slug that had just crawled out from under a rock on the bottom of the ocean. I'm Captain Merritt. Oh, sorry. He withdrew his hand and placed it awkwardly by his side. Trust was horrified by his faux pas. He'd just managed to get on the wrong side of his boss. Trust stepped closer. I'm Tanya Wilkinson. I've heard so much about you. I'm honored to be sailing with you, Captain Merritt. The captain smiled. You've heard about me. Yes. From a few people, and Gloria from the agency said you were a fair and honest person, and there should be more successful women like you in the world. That's nice of her to say. Gloria, I don't think I've spoken with her. She knows about you. Maybe she knows you from your good reputation. I do my best. Then she looked back at Kent. Have you two worked together before? No. We just met on the dock. I don't know him at all. Trust was quick to point that out. They both didn't need to be on the wrong side of the woman. Everyone calls me Captain Maureen. We're informal around here. You can just call me Zach then. Zach grinned and Trust cringed. Now she knew he wasn't going to blend in. The captain stared at him. What else would I call you? I don't know. Steward Zach, I guess. Stewardess Zach, for anyone who wants to have a joke. Maureen moved closer to Kent, taking on a more aggressive stance. Trust wished she could come to his aid, but she just professed she didn't know him. Zach pushed his red glasses further up his nose and squinted at the captain. No. I won't be any trouble, ma'am. It's Captain Maureen. Sorry. I won't be any trouble, Captain Maureen. She gave a nod. Good. I'll have someone show you around. Then you can both meet me on the bridge in 1 hour. She looked Zach up and down. After you've changed into your uniforms. A deckhand appeared behind the captain, and she turned around. Christopher, this is Zach. He'll be in your room. Show him where he can put his things, give him a uniform and a quick tour. Yes, Captain Maureen. Christopher walked over and shook Zach's hand. Then he looked at Trust. Trust offered her hand. I'm Tanya. Nice to meet you. Trust studied all the tattoos up and down his tanned muscled arms, Chinese writing and dragons. If the deckhands were all like this, untattooed and skinny Kent would definitely not fit in. Christopher, on your way, find Melanie and send her here. Yes, Captain Maureen. When Zach left with Christopher, the captain's critical gaze swept over Trust. I'll have Melanie show you around. Thank you, Captain Maureen. Trust noticed that the captain's informality policy seemed limited. An attractive young woman came toward them with a spring in her step, her light brown hair teased high, almost Dolly Parton style. Captain Maureen turned around. Melanie, this is Tanya Wilkinson. Get her a uniform, find her a bed and show her the ropes, will you? Yes, Captain Maureen. Melanie gave Trust a warm smile. Tanya, is it? Yes. They shook hands. Come with me. Trust looked at the captain. Thank you, Captain Maureen. She followed Melanie. 1 hour at the bridge, the captain called out. Trust turned around. Yes, Captain Maureen. The woman seemed like a control freak. Maybe all captains had to be like that. I'll take you to your sleeping quarters first so you can dump your things. Thanks. The bag's a bit heavy. As Melanie walked, she explained, "We've got a pretty good crew here. We all get along. We go out and party together whenever we can." "That sounds good. And don't worry about the captain. She's not always so hostile." "Well, she is sometimes. We didn't get along at first, but now we do." It can't be easy being a woman and getting the respect she deserves. I think men treat women differently." "You're so right, Tanya. It's not easy for a woman captain with a crew of mostly men. The crew can be hard to handle sometimes." "How often do you have guests on the yacht?" "Not all that often. Maybe once every couple of months, but we have a longer break in the winter." "So you don't need to work that hard in the winter?" "Oh, we still do. It's a lot of work to keep this place clean and ready to go at a moment's notice." "I know about that. On the last yacht I worked on, we were continually cleaning. If there's any dust, crumbs, bird droppings, or even salt spray, we'll be to blame." Melanie smiled at her. "And it gets worse when Franklin and his guests arrive. We're constantly running after the guests, cleaning up after them. People are so messy. We generally start at 6 and don't end up in bed until 11. That's when we have people on board, of course." "Can't wait. How is Franklin with the crew?" "I've worked on some boats where the owner is super friendly and likes to know all the crew. Then other owners barely look at us." She smiled. "We're paid well, but they don't know our names. Maureen's pretty rigid until you earn her respect." Trust nodded. She had hoped the owner wouldn't be too friendly with the crew, but if all went well, they'd be off the yacht in a few hours, and none of these details would matter. They went downstairs and into a small cabin where there was barely room for two of them. "The top one's mine, and you can have the bottom one." "We're together?" Trust asked. "Yes." "Good." Trust looked at the closet. "Which one's mine?" "The right one." Melanie opened the door and then pulled out 2 uniforms. "These should be your size." "Thanks." Trust unfolded the collared white t-shirt with the printed dark blue sailor motifs. The uniform was awful. The shorts were square and long. Horrible. And the sneakers. "What size?" 9. "I'll grab you a pair." "Thanks. I'll be back in a jiffy." While she was gone, Trust unpacked the few clothes she'd brought. Once she'd done that, she changed into her uniform, the long shorts and the collared t-shirt with its sailor motifs. Both were horrible, totally shapeless. On hearing a flurry of giggles, she looked around the corner and saw Melanie and a male in uniform. They jumped apart when they saw her. He raised his arm. "Hi. Tanya, is it?" "Yes, that's right." "Nice to meet you." Trust gave a nod. "You too." "I'm Chad." "Hi, Chad." He turned back to Melanie. "I'll catch you later." "Sure." When he left, Melanie held up some shoes. "One pair of size 9s. "Thanks. Are you and Chad dating?" When Melanie grinned and looked down, Trust saw a hint of embarrassment. They tried to stop relationships between the crew, but they happened anyway. "We work long hours and get close. It's bound to happen. Maureen is okay with it now, as long as it doesn't interfere with our work. Breakups do, but usually that results in one or the other leaving the crew. It's awkward to maintain a relationship with someone after a breakup, don't you think?" "Yes, it's the worst thing in the world." Trust closed the closet door. "All done. Put your shoes on and I'll show you around." "Okay." As Trust slipped on the sneakers, she tried to hide her disgust at wearing flats. She was so used to heels, she found it hard to walk in anything flat-soled. "I can't wait to see everything." They walked back toward the stairs, and Trust heard raised voices. "Wait. I need to listen to this." Melanie crept closer to the galley, keeping out of sight. Trust followed. Chapter 9. Trust recognized the voice of Captain Maureen. Melanie turned around with a grin plastered on her face and whispered, "I've been waiting for this. Katia will finally get what she deserves." "Who's Katia?" Trust whispered back. "The chef. She's dreadful. Come on, let's listen." They stood out of view and listened to the whole thing. Captain Merritt's voice was raised. It wasn't up to scratch. The presentation was dreadful. They didn't like it, and I can't have a repeat of that happening tomorrow. I can't have the food sent back tomorrow. It just can't happen. Tomorrow's food needs to be on point, just so, and that includes the presentation. I couldn't help it. I ordered fresh lobster, and I got frozen lobster. What was I supposed to do about it? The chef's voice was shaking, and sounded like she was about to cry. The captain wasn't letting up. Figure it out. That's your job. Yes, Captain Merritt. I'll be expecting all the food to be perfect. Have you got the menu ready for me yet? I'm working on it. I want it in 1 hour. Once I approve it, see that all the ingredients are ordered in and that they're fresh. Thank you, Captain Merritt. I've told you, call me Captain Maureen. I prefer Captain Merritt. The chef's voice was more confident now. If that's what you want. Even from around the corner, Trust could feel the hostility crackling between them. Melanie turned around and waved her hand, signaling Trust to go in the other direction. When they were a distance away, Melanie said, "She didn't get into enough trouble, if you ask me. She shouldn't even be working here still." Is she that bad? Trust asked. Yes. Anyone could do a better job. I'll put her out of my mind for now, or it'll bug me for the whole day. Captain Maureen was way too easy on her. I'll start with showing you the suites. We have 5 guest suites and 1 primary. I'd love to see the primary. Okay. We'll go there first. There is an elevator, but I prefer the stairs. Yes. Good exercise. As they walked up the white stairs, Trust was trying to work out whether they were marble or some kind of composite. Melanie told her, Franklin bought the yacht from a Russian billionaire, and then he spent $8 million refurbishing it, $8 million according to the rumors. It could have been more. I saw pictures from when he bought it, and there was nothing wrong with it. How long ago did he buy it? 2 years. Captain told me he's looking for another one. This isn't big enough for him anymore. He wants another, and then he'll sell this one. Trust raised her eyebrows. Wow. Not big enough. That's right. I don't know how much he bought this one for either. I can't get my head around how much these kinds of yachts sell for. Once they reached the top of the stairs, Trust noticed a room that said, "No entry." What's in there? Utility room. Nothing exciting. Melanie walked forward and pushed the door open to show her. Stocked with towels, sheets, and cleaning equipment. Trust walked in behind her. Melanie headed to the corner. There's a laundry chute back here that sends everything down to the laundry room. That way, we're not passing guests on the stairs with our arms full of dirty laundry. Good idea. Trust moved to study the chute. Not quite big enough for her to fit through, but it could come in handy. I can't wait to see what you think of this primary suite. It's not to everyone's taste, and it's so different from the guest rooms. Okay, that's a good teaser. Trust followed Melanie out of the utility room and along the passageway to the door of the suite. Melanie smiled as she looked back at her. Are you ready? Yes. Melanie flung open the double doors of the suite and stepped back for Trust to go through them. Trust was pleased to see it wasn't locked, but did that mean the safe wasn't here? It was supposed to be in Carver's suite. She stepped onto the white and gold carpet, seeing nothing but white, black, or gold. Then her eyes were pulled straight out to the ocean, revealed through the facing glass wall. Oh my! Imagine waking up to this every day. I know, and did you see the carpet? It's all silk. Trust looked down. It's beautiful. The bed is a king, of course, and look. Melanie tapped a button on the remote next to the bed, and a huge TV screen lowered from the ceiling. That's a great idea. I love it. It's giving me some ideas for my bedroom at home. Melanie laughed. Yeah, I think I'll have a TV like this too. Trust smiled and then wandered into the bathroom. All white marble with gold fittings. Look at this jacuzzi. Wow. So luxurious, and you can sit in here and look at the ocean. So nice. Still looking for a safe, Trust knew from the plans she'd seen that there was another room off from this one. She noticed a door, concealed by a heavy white shell pattern motif. Moving swiftly to open it, she asked, "And what's in here?" Before she was told to stop, she was in the study. And the safe was the central focus of the room. "Oh. Stop, we're not allowed in there, Tanya. That's Franklin's office." The safe, Trust noted, was a vintage one that had been renovated. And what a beauty this 4-foot-tall safe was, with its glossy black surface that perfectly complemented the glowing brass dial in the center. Trust couldn't have been more pleased. She'd opened many of these safes before with a stethoscope, so she could listen to the cylinders click in the barrel. The only thing was, it took time. She'd be back here in a few hours. Not wanting to appear to be looking at the safe too much, her gaze dropped to the floor. Nice Persian carpet. I've always wanted one of these. This one will do. Melanie giggled. This is the only unrenovated part of the yacht. The boss wanted to keep it like this, and Zha Zha had input on everything else, so he insisted on having his way with his study. Zha Zha, that's his third wife, I read somewhere. That's right. I haven't worked for him long enough to have met the other 2 wives. Trust noted there was no door and no windows. The only way in and out was through the ensuite bathroom, and then through the bedroom door. Funny that he'd work when he came here. I thought he'd come here to relax. To make his kind of money, he's probably always got deals going. I guess so. Come on. I'll show you the other suites. They're not as nice as this one. Trust sighed. Oh, it'd be so nice to live here and have this kind of money, wouldn't it? Melanie smiled. I can't even begin to think what it would be like to have their kind of money. Me either. I've got enough trouble trying to pay off my credit card. Trust didn't even have a credit card, but she wanted to sound relatable. I've got student loans. I feel like I'll always have them hanging over me. Yeah. Trust rolled her eyes. Me too. Don't even get me started on those. They headed out of the suite. What else do you know about the owner? What does he do? Does he have a bodyguard with him everywhere he goes? I googled him, and in the photos, he's always got a man either behind him or next to him. We have a permanent security guard on the yacht. That's all I know. Oh, was that the guy who walked past us just before? Trust asked. Yeah, that's him, Bertram Taylor. Bertram. Melanie laughed. That's what we call him behind his back. It's really Bert Taylor. Not sure if the Bert is short for anything. He's got his own quarters, and he doesn't really talk to the crew unless he has to. He takes his meals in his room. Apart from Bertram, does Franklin bring his bodyguard on the yacht? Trust hoped she wasn't asking too many questions about security, but Melanie didn't seem to notice. No. He hasn't in the past, so I'm not sure what happens off the yacht. It must be odd to need so much security all the time. It'd be an awful way to live in that regard. The money would be good, but they wouldn't have a normal life. I know. I think he's been threatened in the past. He's an influential man with money. They're very security conscious here on the yacht. What does Franklin do exactly? He's got some software company and is involved with technology. That's all I know. Her answer was vague, and Trust had to wonder if she knew more. And his brother? I heard he'll be a guest on the yacht tomorrow. This is the first time the brother's been here. I never even knew he had a brother until I'd worked on board for a while. I heard from the captain that the two didn't always get along. Franklin invited him on the boat so he could propose to his girlfriend. That's nice. It'll be a nice surprise for the woman. I hope she says yes. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Surely he'd know she'd accept if he was asking in front of people. Melanie giggled. I hope I'm in the room at the time. I want to watch what happens. He'll most likely get down on one knee. Trust and Kent would be long gone by then. As soon as everything was quiet, she'd get to the safe, get the goods, and then they'd make their escape. Melanie showed her the rest of the ship, the fully equipped gym, the sun deck, outside dining area, and the inside dining area that was lined with fridges full of wine. Look at all this wine. We get to drink tonight. There's no alcohol for the staff as soon as we have guests on board. Okay. Can't wait for tonight. We can't get drunk today, obviously, but we can have 1 or 2, maybe 3. As long as we can function tomorrow. I understand. So what time is dinner? Tonight it's 6. It's an easy time for the chef. Normally, we crew members just snack through the day when we have guests. There's no time to sit down and eat. Okay, I think that's it. We've got that staff meeting at 4, don't forget. Got it. Trust looked at her watch to see that it was half an hour before 3. That's a nice watch. I know. The owner of the Sea Witch gave it to me. For real? Trust nodded. Yes. Why did you ever leave? I needed a change. He was very temperamental, and it rubbed off on the crew. He was a Jekyll and Hyde type of man. At least he gave me a good reference. Melanie raised her eyebrows. At least you got an expensive watch out of it. I know. It's the nicest thing I've ever owned. Trust looked at her watch again. I should go. I've got that meeting with the captain. I'll see you later. Wrong way, Tanya. The bridge is that way. Oh, thanks. I'm losing my way already. Chapter 10. Kent and Trust walked onto the captain's bridge and saw Maureen sitting behind the controls. She stood up and took off her sunglasses as they approached. Crossing her arms over her chest, she said, I'm going to have a general staff meeting soon to cover tomorrow, but first I want to talk to you two alone. I always talk to the new members of staff. She looked them up and down. We're here, Kent said. The captain frowned at Kent before she continued. Uniforms must be neat and tidy at all times. They need to be clean and they need to be pressed. You will need to work hard. If you don't pull your weight, everybody else suffers. And if that happens, you'll know about it. You won't be popular. She smirked, a grumble coming from the back of her throat. We'll pull our weight, Kent said. I'm the one doing the talking. If I want you to speak, I'll ask you a question. I recommend that you don't form relationships with the other crew members beyond friendship, but I'm not going to forbid it. However, if you do, and it starts interfering with your work, both parties could be fired. Is that understood? Yes, Captain Maureen, they responded at the same time. Good. Has the first officer run through your duties with you, Tanya? She has. Zach, has Christopher run through everything with you? As far as I know, he has. The captain narrowed her eyes at him. What do you mean? I'm just saying, if he's left anything out, I wouldn't know, being new here and all. But not new to this job, of course. Do you know where everything is? She asked. I think so. The captain stared at Kent. Zach, are you trying to be difficult? No, I'm not. That's how you're coming across. He rubbed his neck. I'm sorry. I'm sure he would have covered everything. Yes, he would have. Do either of you have any special skills that you haven't mentioned on your resume that might help us here on the yacht? I make cocktails. I did it years ago, but I didn't think to mention it on the resume. The captain raised her eyebrows at Kent. Good to know. You should always put things like that on your resume. She turned and picked up a pen, jotting something down on the top sheet of paper in the clipboard resting by the control panel. And you, Tanya? Nothing, I'm afraid. I can't think of anything. Captain Maureen looked at her notes and then looked up at Trust with a laugh. I wouldn't say you don't have any special skills. Trust wondered what she was looking at in the resume. She had trusted Marty and hadn't read the whole thing. I see you worked on the Sea Witch, Tanya. I did. She'd read that much of her resume. I know someone who worked on that yacht too. I can't think of her name at the moment. I haven't worked there for a couple of years. The captain stopped smiling and stared at Trust. That's not what your resume says. She looked down at her clipboard. 18 months ago, to be exact. I was talking in round figures. Trust hoped that would save the day. Luckily, she had memorized the dates. Captain Maureen looked up and smiled. Trust added, I knew everyone who worked there. We were all like a big, happy family. Well, I hope you'll be happy here too. I hope so. The people I've met here so far have been really nice. You're in for an easy night, but you must put your best foot forward tomorrow. Maureen looked at Trust and then turned her gaze on Kent. That's when Franklin Carver and his guests arrived. She flipped over one of the pages on her clipboard and paused for a moment. Zach, you worked on the Jedi. Trust couldn't believe her ears. The Jedi. That name was apt since Kent was a big Star Wars fanatic. Then Trust realized Marty had her down as working on the Sea Witch. Was he saying he thought she was a witch? That's right, I did, Kent said. I know Anthony Howard. Is he still working there? The captain asked. No, he isn't. He came down with cancer. The captain gasped. So sad. Really? Yes. He's doing better now. You're still in touch. One corner of Kent's lips turned upward. Facebook friends. I see. Captain Maureen placed her clipboard down and ran through what she expected from the two of them. When she was done, she ended with, I have scheduled a meeting in the staff's mess at 1600 hours and this does not take its place. Be there. With that, she turned her back, dismissing them. As Kent and Trust walked down the steps, Trust whispered, You don't say someone came down with cancer. It sounds like he caught a common cold. I know. I'm sorry. I was nervous. I'm not used to this kind of thing. Do you think she was trying to catch me out? What if there never was such a man? Relax. If that were the case, she would have jumped all over you. All we have to do is follow the plan. Get into character. Enjoy yourself, but try not to take any more risks like that. If someone asks if you know someone, just say no. It won't be long before we get the goods and get out of here. I'm guessing everyone will be asleep at 1 in the morning. We have to get everyone to drink a lot so they'll be out cold. Definitely, great idea. I found out from Christopher that Franklin Carver has cancer. I guess that's why it was on my mind. Has he? I didn't know, Trust said. I don't think too many people do know. He hasn't made it public. I was told he likes to keep that sort of thing within the family, so don't tell anyone. Who would I tell? What sort of cancer is it? That's something I don't know. I didn't think I should ask. Might make me seem too curious. Chapter 11. Kent and Trust arrived at the crew's mess and met some of the other crew members before the captain arrived. Captain Maureen sat down in front of them. Firstly, I'd like to welcome our new crew members, Tanya and Zach. If you haven't met them, please introduce yourselves after this meeting. It's not an ideal time to have new staff, but we can't control Ariel and Andy disappearing without warning. I can't stress how important tomorrow is. Donovan is going to propose to his girlfriend. That's a secret. This will only be the second time Donovan's been on the yacht. We need to impress him. We must have perfect service. You need to communicate everything with me, okay? Yes, Captain, Nigel said. They're arriving tomorrow, and they'll be here for 3 days. This has to go perfectly, seriously. I'm counting on each one of you. We've got this, Melanie said, looking around at everyone. The captain looked at Trust. You know where everything is? I do. Trust wondered why she was asking her again. Then she held her breath, hoping the captain didn't ask Kent the same question. I'll make sure everything runs smoothly. Nothing will go wrong, Melanie said. It better not. Captain Maureen glanced at her notes. Dinner tomorrow night is our main focus. It's a black and gold theme. Black tie formal. That didn't surprise Trust one bit. The whole ship's interior was black and gold, with intermittent areas of white for accents and contrast. Why would tomorrow night's dinner be any different? The captain looked at every one of them before she spoke again. Donovan's girlfriend thinks she's coming on the yacht for her birthday dinner. She can't find out any differently until Donovan gets down on one knee. No discussing it between yourselves where she or any of the guests might overhear. None of the guests know about the proposal either. Franklin is the only other person apart from us crew who knows. Understood? Yes, Captain Maureen, everyone chorused. You're all dismissed, and tomorrow everyone must bring their A-game. No excuses. Take a break while you can. The captain stood there until everyone walked away. Trust figured it was natural that two new people would gravitate to one another, so she walked away with Kent. When no one was in earshot, she said, "I've seen Carver's suite. The plans were correct, and the safe's in the study." "Good. We're good to make our move tonight when everyone's asleep," Trust whispered. "Right." He looked around. "Where's everyone going?" "I think we have free time for a while." "Good. I'm going to lie down and rest." "Okay. Sounds like a good idea. I'll stick to the women to see if I can find out anything else that might help us." Trust followed the women to find they each went to their rooms. Now it was impossible for her to talk with anyone. And where was Melanie? She was pretty certain there was something going on with Melanie and the lead deckhand. The only person left for her to talk to was the chef. She walked back to the galley and rested her elbows on the kitchen counter. "You're still working, Katia." "I never stop all day. Up at 5 and to bed after 11. It's not so bad when it's only the crew." Trust felt sorry for the chef. Melanie had been so mean to her. "Can I do anything to help?" "You're not sleeping. You should take a rest while you can. It'll be hectic tomorrow." "I find it hard to rest in the middle of the day." The chef smiled. "You could cut the carrots for me." "Sure." Katia passed her the carrots, a knife, and a cutting board. "How should I cut these?" Trust asked. "Just in 2-inch strips." Trust grimaced. Didn't they have a food processor that could do that? She cut one. "About that size." "Perfect. I should have a sous chef working with me, but they won't give me one." "Why not?" "Captain's decision. She says every boat she's ever worked on has only had one chef. She doesn't realize I'm doing the work of 2 chefs. All she does is complain." "I'm sorry to hear that." "No." Trust stopped and looked up at the chef, who was staring wide-eyed at the knife in Trust's hands. "What?" "You'll cut your fingers if you do it like that." She took over and showed her how to do it. "Always angle the knife so it slices away from you. Or you put it between your fingers like this, so it can't possibly cut you." "Got it. What does the captain complain about mainly?" "Just every little thing she can. I know she'd get rid of me if she could. She's probably got a friend who's a chef, and she's just dying to replace me." "I've heard tomorrow night is going to be important." "Yes. Franklin personally selected me as his chef. He won't be happy if Captain Maureen keeps harassing me and forces me to quit. If that happens, you can be sure I'll tell him exactly why I've left." "He's happy with you, so that's good." "Yes, but she's making my life miserable. I know Melanie and the captain talk about me behind my back. I can see it in the way they look at me. I feel like I'm back in school and they're the popular girls." "So Melanie and the captain are close?" "More so than anyone else. The captain keeps her distance mostly." Trust knew the chef was really upset. She had to be, or she'd never share everything so freely with a stranger. "Try not to worry about it. As long as the big boss is happy, that's what matters." "I know. I try to look at things that way, but it's not easy. He's not here all the time, and I'm stuck with them looking down their noses at me. It's so unpleasant. I dread it every day." "That's got to be annoying." "It is when I'm doing such long hours. The rest of the crew's all right. It's just the captain and Melanie that give me problems." She looked up at Trust. "Where are you from?" "My last job was on the Sea Witch." She had to keep the conversation off herself. "Have you complained to Franklin about what's going on?" "No. He'd have to choose between us, and I don't want to find out which way he'd go. When I tell the captain everyone loved the food, she thinks they're just being polite. I heard her say that to Melanie." "That doesn't sound right." "I know. If they didn't like the food, I wouldn't be here anymore." "Maybe they're jealous of you," Trust suggested. The chef stared at her. "Do you think so?" "Yes. It sounds like you're an amazing chef, and you're attractive too. Some women just don't support other women." "I never thought of that." "That's the only thing it can be." Trust gave her a huge smile. It would be good to have someone on her side if things didn't go as planned. "Thanks, Tanya. That makes me feel a little better." Chapter 12. It was an hour later, when the crew met for pre-dinner drinks out by the jacuzzi on the sun deck. As soon as they were all seated and had drinks in hand, Christopher said, "Tanya, where did you learn belly dancing? Was it in Arabia?" At first, Trust thought he was talking about someone else, but then she recalled that she was Tanya. She looked over at him. "Pardon me?" "Belly dancing. Captain Maureen says it's on your resume." One of the other deckhands clapped. "Yes, belly dancing. Show us some moves, Tanya." Marty had struck again. The first thing she'd do when she got off the yacht was strangle him. He'd say it served her right for not reading the resume thoroughly. "I'm sorry. I outsourced my resume. I should have read it through better. It's not belly dancing. It's supposed to be tap dancing." "There's a big difference between belly dancing and tap dancing," Christopher said with a laugh. "I know. And they charged me so much for doing that resume too. I didn't think they'd make an error like that. It's unprofessional of them." "Well, how about you show us some tap dancing?" one of the others said. "I didn't bring my tap shoes. It's not the same without the right shoes." Kent added, "That's right, you've got to have tap shoes. My sister did tap dancing, and it's just not the same. I can belly dance. Watch this." Nigel, one of the deckhands, undid his shirt and gyrated a version of a belly dance, making everyone laugh. Even Kent couldn't keep the smile from his face. Then out of nowhere, rain poured down. Everyone took cover, and from there, Trust and Kent took their time moving to the crew's mess. "Thanks for helping me out," Trust whispered to Kent. "I should have been more careful with things. I've got a feeling we're not safe yet. These people ask a million questions. They're drinking, though, so hopefully they won't know what they're talking about soon and won't remember. Just sit on one drink." "I will." Soon they were in the crew's mess, which was connected to the galley. "We're having steak tonight," came a voice from inside the galley. A rumble of excitement sounded through the dozen or so crew members. Who doesn't enjoy a porterhouse steak? "Porterhouse steaks for everyone," Chef Katia said as the crew approached. Trust sat watching the chef doing her job of putting the steaks on the barbecue area of the grill, and then Katia mixed the salads and turned the steaks, all while the potato dish was baking. Just as she was picking up the steaks and placing them on a large platter, one of them slipped off the platter onto the floor. Trust couldn't believe what she saw next. Chef Katia placed the platter down on the countertop and retrieved the fallen steak with a pair of tongs. Then the chef ran the cooked steak under water for a second before placing it back on the grill. Steam sizzled, and Melanie hurried over. "Did that just land on the floor, Katia?" "Yes, but don't worry. There'll be no germs. I washed it off, and the heat will kill any bacteria." "You're unbelievable. I'm going to report that." Katia stared at her. "Don't you think I know what I'm doing? I've worked in London and Paris. Franklin personally asked me to come work for him. Don't waste your breath saying anything more to me. The floor here is probably cleaner than most people's countertops. I wouldn't worry. I'm not eating anything you cook. Suit yourself. I'll have that steak. There's nothing wrong with it." "But aren't you vegetarian?" Melanie asked. "No. You told me last week you were vegetarian." "That's because I was last week. Today, I'm going to eat steak." Melanie folded her arms, still glaring at the chef. "Dinner's ready, everyone," the chef announced, moving around Melanie. Everyone helped themselves to the various salads and the twice-baked potatoes. "Did you actually see what she did, Tanya?" Melanie whispered. "I did. I was quite shocked, but she probably didn't want to throw away such an expensive cut of meat. And if she's eating it herself, there's really no harm done." "That's true, but I'm still staggered that any chef would do that." So was Trust, but who knew what went on in the kitchen when no one was looking? When they'd finished their meal and were waiting on dessert, someone called out, "We need some entertainment. Why don't you open one of those bottles of wine with your sword trick, Nigel?" "All righty." Nigel bounded to his feet and grabbed one of the bottles. Then the chef handed him a large knife. He held the bottle away from himself, and with one smooth motion the cork popped off the bottle. Everyone clapped and Nigel bowed, managing to hold the bottle level as he did so. You have a go, Zach. Kent chuckled. I don't think I could. Go on, Zach, someone else urged. It's easy. We've all tried it. Kent stood up. Easy, you say? Yeah, you saw me do it just now. There's nothing to it, Nigel said. Kent was handed a bottle. He held it at arm's length, and then someone instructed him on how to do it. I'll give it a go. Kent stepped up and held the bottle over the sink of the galley. Then he drew the knife back and attacked it swiftly, away from himself, just as Nigel had done. But all he'd done was take a piece out of the cork. No, you've got to do it much faster and more decisive, Nigel told him. Like this? Kent asked as he drew back the knife and tried again. There was a loud explosion like a gun going off, and Trust hit the floor. Then, when she realized it was merely the cork, she got up quickly, thankful no one had noticed. That was because they were all staring with their mouths open. Red wine was everywhere, and so were fragments of glass. The bottle had exploded. Kent grabbed hold of his wrist and cried out, "My hand!" Chapter 13. Everyone rushed toward Zach as he held his hand up, blood trickling down his arm. Trust pushed everyone out of the way and saw that the blood was coming from a deep cut. Is there a doctor on board, or any medical staff? Trust asked. Zach, you're a nurse, Melanie said. Captain Merritt told me. Marty had struck again. Can you fix yourself, Zach? Or do you need someone to do it? Melanie asked. I can do it. I just need a bandage. He examined the cut. And a third hand would help. It won't need a stitch if I can bind it tightly. Where's the first aid kit? Here. Katia opened a high cupboard in the galley and took hold of a large box. I'll help, Trust volunteered, grabbing the box. Kent was putting on a brave face, but he had gone pale. While the others cleaned up the red wine and glass in the kitchen, Kent quietly instructed Trust what to do with his hand. It doesn't seem too deep. I won't need stitches. Just wind it up tightly. Don't you need some kind of antiseptic? Trust asked softly. Oh, that's right. Yes, I was just about to say that. Use that. He nodded to a small bottle in the kit. Just pour it over, then bandage it up. Trust followed his instructions, even though she wasn't entirely sure either of them knew what they were doing. Ouch. That stuff stings, he said, keeping his voice down. She held a thick gauze pad over the wound and began wrapping his hand snugly with gauze. I feel like I might faint, he whispered to Trust once his hand was bound. Breathe in through your nose slowly and then out through your mouth. We can't do the job tonight. We can't risk it. You might be going into shock. You're pale. You should go to bed and keep warm. It'll be too risky tomorrow. Everyone will be here. As soon as the guests arrive in the morning, we're leaving. It's not ideal, she whispered, but we'll have to do it tomorrow, but there is a chance we'll already have left the dock. That means we'll need to escape on the tender end, she thought quickly. Contact Marty if you can. He'll have to charter a boat and be ready to get us off the tender once we've made our escape. I can do that. Good. We also have to find out what Bert, the security guard, does. Does he do rounds or what? If we're doing this tomorrow, he needs to be kept busy while I'm getting into the safe, Trust whispered. Yeah, you're right. I'm not feeling the best. I'll go to bed now, get up early at first light, and we'll replot this thing. I'll meet you in the crew's mess before anyone else is awake. I'll be there. Trust looked down at Kent's bound hand. He might have lost the use of it or some of his fingers, and that filled her with horror. It was her fault for dragging him into this. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have involved you. I agreed to come along. You couldn't have done this without a lookout. I could have. She rubbed her head in frustration. It might be best if we just leave tonight and forget this whole thing. No. There's a reason you're doing this. Don't forget that. My hand won't affect me. We'll stay and do this tomorrow. He looked around and then whispered, Everyone thinks we're real crew members, so we've got over that hurdle. Yes, but you look like you're going to faint. I need to rest, Kent insisted. Trust wiped the sweat from her face as she thought. Kent leaned forward. Or you could do it alone tonight, and get off the yacht. I'll stay on for a few days, and then I'll disappear. No. Not possible. Once they know the goods are gone, everyone will fall under suspicion. You're right. I didn't think of that. Let's stick to me doing it tomorrow. I saw the chef's planner just now. Lunch tomorrow is at 1. As soon as they start the main course, I'll do it. I'll have my earpiece in, and you position yourself so you can see everyone. Tell me if anyone leaves the table. I'm cool with that. Trust wasn't happy about the change or about lacking a clear and concise plan, but there was nothing else they could do. I just hope the captain doesn't find out her friend didn't come down with cancer after all. If she does, you'll have to say you falsified your information to get the job. When Kent looked worried, Trust put her hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, many people do that. He managed to smile. I know. Suddenly, the phone in Trust's pocket started beeping. She quickly pulled it out and looked at the caller ID. It was Jack. She instantly flew into a panic. What if he had a job for her, and she had to start immediately? Who's that? Kent whispered. It's just Serenity. She didn't want to stress Kent by letting him know who it was. Figuring she'd say she was sick, she answered the phone and slipped out of the room. Hello, she said quietly. Hello. You don't sound too bright. Are you okay? It might be the flu or something. Do you have another job for me? He chuckled. Not yet. I just need to talk to someone normal for a moment. Those newbies I'm training are hard work. Trust smiled. He just called for a chat. Oh no. But I'm glad you consider me as normal. What are these newbies like? Young, most of them, and got their heads filled with legalities about what we can and cannot do these days. It's their major concern. Better in the old days, was it? She teased, now leaning against a wall. In a lot of ways it was. Where are you? It sounds like you're in a tin bucket. Oh, just at a friend's house for a birthday party. Trust cringed at the lie that just slipped out. And before you say anything, I do have friends. He chuckled. I wasn't going to say a thing. Do people still have birthday parties? Any excuse for a party. Trust heard someone coming. Sorry, I've got to go. The cake's coming out. Sure. I'll call back later. Trust ended the call and walked back in to see how Kent was doing. Chapter 14. In bed, Trust was trying hard to go to sleep. Melanie was on the bottom, larger bunk. The top bunk was a narrow single that took Trust back to her time in the women's prison. Her mind wandered to Jack. If he'd called her, he can't have a girlfriend, or he would have called her. Was it possible that Jack liked her as more than a colleague? She pushed the thought from her mind. What good was daydreaming when it would only lead to disappointment? Can you believe Katia tonight? Melanie asked, bringing Trust's mind back to the present. Trust leaned over the side. You mean about the steak? Yes. No, I couldn't believe anyone would do that, let alone a professional chef. I can't work it out. She's hopeless. Why would Franklin track her down and offer her the job as chef? It's obvious that he must like her cooking. But how could anyone? Melanie asked. I found most of the things she's made quite good. Yeah, but you've been here less than a day. We can't just have quite good here, we need a top-of-the-line chef. I wouldn't worry about it too much if the boss is happy with her. I'm just trying to work it out, that's all. I'm a perfectionist and I like things just so. She can't even plate things nicely. And I've seen her look recipes up online. Can you believe it? That's okay. She can't be expected to hold all the recipes in her head. I know, but I thought she would have had her own recipes and her own way of doing things. Perhaps she put her own spin on things, Trust suggested. Stop trying to be so nice, Tanya. I know you think she's bad like the rest of us. Just trying to think positive, that's all. It is an important night tomorrow, as everyone keeps telling me, so there's no time to get a new chef. And it's going to be tricky to get rid of her since she was personally hired by Franklin. Are chefs hard to find? Trust asked. Yes. Why's that? We need someone who's good, of course, but someone who also can work the long hours. On yachts like this one, the chefs work from before sunup to sundown and beyond. And it has to be someone who hasn't got children or a life. Their life has to be the yacht. Yeah, it would be hard to find someone. She engaged Melanie in more talking in an effort to get her on side. What was the last chef like? He was okay. He left when he got a job at a restaurant. I hope Franklin fires Katia. I'm hoping Maureen gives him the hint. How old do you think Katia is? I would say late 30s to early 40s. What do you think? Melanie asked. Somewhere in that range. Which means she's older than me, and that's probably why she doesn't like taking direction from me. How old's the captain? Maureen is 53. That's what she told me anyway, but someone else said she was 57, so I don't know. No. That might not be good. Trust lay back down. Melanie said, You seem pretty cozy with Kent. I guess so. I talk to him more than anybody else. I guess we're both finding our way, as we get to know everyone. It takes a while to fit in. We're all a team. Some of us take a while to warm up to new people. Yes, that's usually how it works. Oh well, good night. We need to be well rested for the big day tomorrow. Melanie pulled a pink sleep mask over her eyes. Good night, Truss said. That night, racked with guilt over Kent's wounded hand, Truss tossed and turned on one of the most uncomfortable beds she'd ever been in. It was only one step up from the metal shelf and thin mattress that had formed her prison bed. Melanie's snoring didn't help matters. As always, when she couldn't sleep, her thoughts turned to the man who'd landed her in prison, Ryan Castle. It unsettled her that he'd escaped from custody. He tried to kill her twice, so she knew he'd be back to finish the job. Her only source of comfort was to convince herself he'd left the country. If he'd had any sense, he would've. After a snooze, Truss woke up and looked at her watch. It was 3 in the morning. What would it hurt to try to get into the safe now? Kent wasn't there to be her lookout, but maybe at this time of night it wouldn't matter. Once she got the eyegotchis, she'd shake Kent awake, and they could both walk right off the yacht before anyone was the wiser. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed like a good idea. And a much better idea than waiting for the next day with Franklin and his guests around. Carefully, she climbed down the ladder of the bunk. Melanie was still snoring. Trust slipped into black sweatpants and a bulky pullover, then she twisted all her hair up into a baseball cap. After she had slipped her feet into sneakers, she opened a well-hidden side pocket in her bag and pulled out her small stethoscope and lock-picking tools. They went into a zipped pocket in the sweatpants. Keeping her head down, she walked up the stairs and through the crew's mess, heading up some more stairs to the upper level. In the dead silence, she looked around. No one. Nothing. Just silence. Then she walked nearly the length of the yacht to get to the stairs that were the only way up to Franklin's suite besides the elevator. Stairs were the better option. She put a foot on the bottom step. Hey. Truss turned to where the low male voice had come from. It was the security officer. Oh, I didn't know anyone else was awake. Where are you going? He looked her up and down. Just heading to the upper level to go for a jog. I didn't wake you, did I? There's nothing up there. Truss turned away from the stairs. I thought that was how you get to the upper deck. He frowned. The upper deck only has the gym and a seating area. Nowhere to run. You're new, aren't you? She smiled at him. Yes. I'm Tanya Wilkinson and you're Bert. He didn't return the smile. I think you should go back to your room. You might get yourself shot sneaking around here at night. He put his hand down by his side to indicate he had a weapon. I wasn't sneaking. I was looking to go for a job. She couldn't believe what she'd just said. I mean to jog. She giggled to cover up her word mix-up. I get these leg cramps and jogging helps. He pointed up the stairs. That up there is Franklin Carver's private suite. You ever try to go up there again by yourself, I'm going to report you to the captain. Is that understood? Trust blinked rapidly as though she was about to reply, and then she nodded. Can I go now? Yes. She hurried away. As soon as she got back to the bedroom, Melanie woke. She sat up, ripped off her sleep mask, and rubbed her eyes. Tanya, what are you doing? Trust stripped down to her t-shirt. I couldn't sleep, and I went for a jog. Tried to go for one. That man, Bert, told me to go back to bed. I felt like a criminal. He spends the night patrolling the yacht. I should have mentioned that. Melanie put her head down on the pillow again and closed her eyes. Well, I won't be doing that again. She climbed back into the bed. Sorry to wake you. You didn't. I don't sleep that well. Trust was glad she'd come directly back. Things could have gone much worse if she hadn't. Chapter 15. As arranged, Kent and Truss were up at 5:30 and the first to show up in the mess besides Katia, the cook. Katia was busy preparing a new menu for the captain's approval, and she had kindly switched the coffee pot on for them. Truss leaned in and spoke quietly to Kent. Everyone's arriving at 10. Then the yacht leaves the dock. Lunch will be at 1. Sometime during lunch, I'll disappear. I'll keep my earpiece in. You keep an eye on Franklin and his wife, and tell me if either of them leaves. She didn't tell him about the encounter she'd had with Bert. It would only stress him. It seemed Bert was on full alert at night, and hopefully, that meant he was on low alert all day. Kent nodded, and then the chef wandered over to them. How does this sound to you? I need to hand it in to the captain soon. It's today's guest menu. The entree will be lobster bisque. What's a bisque? Kent asked. It's kind of like a soup, a stock and cream blend. A rich, soupy entree. Kent nodded. Okay. Lobster's always a good choice. Truss tried not to smile. For as long as she'd known Kent, he'd never had seafood and certainly not lobster. The chef continued, the main course will be a pine nut, lemon and thyme-crusted chicken breast, with palm anna for the potato dish, and braised king brown mushrooms. Dessert, creme brulee. Sounds good to me, Truss smiled up at her. Yes, sounds good, Kent agreed. Thank you. I must get started on the baking. They never told me I'd have to do the baking. Everywhere else I worked, they had 2 chefs. If there were 2 here, I'd get someone else to bake. Do you want some help? Kent asked. I'm a pretty good cook. Truss held her head. I'll keep it in mind. Katia smiled at Kent. It seemed he'd made a friend. How's your hand? Better today. I haven't looked at it, but it's not throbbing anymore. That's good. When Katia left them alone, Kent half stood. I'll get us coffees. No. You rest your hand. I'll get them. Truss headed to the food preparation area, deep in thought. Had there been some way out of this predicament? They were forced into this robbery all because of that dagger. She wished she'd left it in the museum. After she made the coffees, she set a mug in front of Kent and sat down next to him, hugging her own mug. I've got some insurance, Truss. Shish. Don't call me that. It's Tanya. Sorry, he whispered as he pulled a small plastic packet out of his pocket. Compliments of Marty. What is it? I don't know exactly, but he said it would give someone violent stomach pains within 2 hours. It'd be no problem to slip it in food or a drink. He said it dissolves immediately. Ah, you're thinking of the security guard. Truss asked. Yes. Poison him enough to make him sick, not enough to kill him. It won't kill him, will it? He grimaced. Marty assured me it wouldn't. How long does it take to act? 1 to 2 hours. Maybe more for someone of his size. Why are you only telling me about this now? Truss whispered. Marty said to keep it from you. Since when do you do what Marty says? Who's paying your bills? Sorry. Tanya. It's okay. That means we'll slip it into his breakfast. He'll be out of action for the day. Correct, and that will be one less person to come after us if they see the things are missing. Great idea. One of us will offer to take the food to his room. We'll slip it into something on the way. I'll do it. She grabbed the bag and pushed it into her pocket and made plans with Kent. Since they had no other option than leaving on the smaller boat, the tender, in daylight, it was Kent's job to disable the jet skis and anything else that might be able to follow them. Thankfully, there was no sign of a helicopter on the helipad. If one arrived today, Kent would have to find a way to disable that too. All they could do was call the Coast Guard, and since the goods they were stealing had already been stolen, they probably wouldn't call anyone. All the Coast Guard would find was an empty boat. From that moment on, Trust hung around the galley talking to the chef. "I tell you what you can do for me. I'm going to plate up Bert's food." Trust's stomach tightened. After their confrontation just hours ago, Bert was the last person she wanted to see. "Pardon me," she asked, hoping she'd heard wrong. "Bert's breakfast. You know, our security officer. The one who's always prowling around at night." "Right, yes. We've met." Trust kept her voice neutral, remembering his threat about getting shot. Still, this could work to her advantage. Showing up with his breakfast might help smooth over their earlier encounter. "He's in the end room. He has an actual big proper bedroom, not like the rest of the crew, squashed in like sardines. I'd be happy to take it to him." Trust forced a smile, already planning how to use this opportunity. The last person he'd expect to try something would be the crew member he'd caught sneaking around. "Good." The chef looked up and smiled at her. "You're nice, Tanya, not like the rest of them." "Thanks." Trust was then handed breakfast on a tray. Her target was the coffee in the metal container. When she was in the passageway near Bert's room, she set the tray on the floor, her heart racing faster than it had during their early morning encounter. She quickly got the package out and tipped the contents into the coffee, then swilled it around to mix it through. Just as she set it back on the tray and replaced the lid, Bert opened his door. She looked up at him, fighting to keep her expression neutral as her fingers pushed the empty plastic bag further into her palm. Their earlier confrontation hung thick in the air between them. "Back again?" Bert asked, his tone carrying a hint of suspicion. "Breakfast service this time," Trust said lightly, gesturing to the tray. "And no wrong turns, I promise." She tried to inject some self-deprecating humor into her voice, while concealing her nervousness about the doctored coffee. "Still getting those leg cramps?" His question made it clear he didn't entirely buy her earlier excuse. "They come and go. Though the real problem was the drinking last night. Not my finest moment, wandering around lost." Trust kept her tone apologetic and slightly embarrassed, playing into the role of the hungover new crew member. He studied her face. "You know, you still look familiar. And not just from this morning." Trust's heart quickened, but she maintained her composure. "I get that all the time. Must have one of those faces." She lifted the tray slightly. "Your breakfast?" He took the tray, still watching her carefully. "Tanya Wilkinson, right?" "That's me. Look, I really am sorry about earlier. Not the best first impression." His expression remained guarded. "We'll see how it goes. Just stay away from the restricted areas." "Absolutely." Trust gave him what she hoped was a humble smile, all while silently counting the hours until the powder would take effect. "Enjoy your breakfast." She turned and walked away, keeping her pace steady despite her urge to run. Only when she was safely around the corner did she let out the breath she'd been holding. That had been close, too close. But if everything went according to plan, Bert would be too busy with stomach cramps to cause any more problems. Chapter 16. After the crew had eaten and spent 2 hours cleaning the boat, it was time to meet the guests. When Melanie had said the guests and the owner ignored the staff, the last thing Trust expected was for the staff to be lined up and introduced to the guests. As they were getting themselves organized, the captain fixed her eyes on Kent's bandage. "What happened to you?" Before he could answer, Melanie said, "He was doing Nigel's sword trick and the bottle exploded." The captain glared at Nigel. "You should have known better. I told you that would happen one day." "I know. I'm sorry. I've done it hundreds of times, and it's never exploded. There's always a first, and you should have listened to me. I'll talk to you about this tomorrow, Nigel. Today, all our attention must be on our guests. Will this affect your work, Zach?" "No, Captain Maureen. I have full use of my hand. I give you my word it won't slow me down. It looks much worse than it is." They all stood to attention when 3 black limos pulled up not too far away. Then they watched the exceedingly wealthy couples walk toward them. When they got closer, Trust recognized Donovan and Anne Marie, both of whom her sister was obsessed with, and Franklin and his glamorous wife, Zsa Zsa. They were with 3 other couples. There were no old people and no children. "Here they come," said the captain unnecessarily. Franklin and his wife led the way. When they drew level with the crew, the captain stepped forward and talked to the owner. "Good morning, sir. We have 2 new members of staff." He smiled as his gaze swept along the straight line the crew made, looking as though he didn't have a clue who the new ones were. The captain must have thought so too, because she pointed them out. "Zach is on the end, and this is Tanya here." Trust smiled and thought it best not to speak until she was spoken to. Franklin nodded politely and then led the way as everyone introduced themselves to the crew, working their way along the line. Franklin stopped in front of Zach. "What happened to your hand?" "I had an argument with a knife yesterday. I lost." He nodded slowly. "You should get that looked at by a professional." Captain Maureen moved toward them. "Zach is a nurse. He treated himself." "Good. I hope it heals quickly." "Thank you, sir. I'll make sure it won't slow me down." Franklin gave a polite nod and waited until his guests caught up with him. Then he announced to Captain Maureen, "Have someone get our luggage and we'll start with drinks on the sun deck." Right away. 2 of the crew headed down the dock to gather the bags from the waiting cars. Just before the rest of the crew dispersed to do their jobs, Captain Maureen grabbed Zach's sleeve. "I will not cover for you again, do you hear me?" "Yes, Captain Maureen." "You're not getting light duties." "He's got cocktail experience," Melanie told her. "That's right, you do." Kent nodded. "That can come in handy." Nigel overheard. "I always make the cocktails." "Not today. We'll give young Zach a go. See what talents he has." Kent smiled. "Thank you, Captain Maureen. You can head up to the sun deck now. I trust you know there's a bar up there, as well as one in the dining area." "I do, Captain Maureen." "Off you go." "Thank you, Captain Maureen." Trust walked away with Melanie. "You can help me set the dining table, Tanya," the first officer told Trust. "Okay." Working on the boat sure was hectic. Trust had been going non-stop since she finished breakfast. She had no idea how she was going to slip away unnoticed, but she had to do it. As soon as the luggage was safely on board, the yacht would leave the dock. Then there'd be no turning back, no changing their minds. At least Kent was back to his old self today, but nothing about this job was ideal. It was going to be tricky to pull off the robbery, and being trapped on the boat, there was nowhere to run and few places to hide. Having that tender ready to go was crucial to their backup escape plan. That was Kent's department. He'd never let her down before, but neither had he ever been in such a pressure cooker environment. She hoped it wouldn't affect his performance. Right now, she was helping Melanie set the table. They wore white cotton gloves, so they wouldn't leave smudges on the crystal glasses or the expensive china. Everything on the ship was either white, gold, glossy black, or mother of pearl. The exception was the Persian carpet in Franklin's study, which was predominantly red with green and blue patterns. Her mind drifted to the job at hand. Prior to coming on the yacht, she'd researched the important numbers in Carver's life. There was his birth date, his current wife's birth date, and those of his 2 daughters. It was an obvious choice to use loved ones' birth dates, but so many people, even in his position, did that anyway. Trust reasoned that they never expected to be robbed. Just from looking at the safe earlier, Trust knew it had a 3-number combination. 4 times to the right and stop at the first number, 3 to the left, then twice back to the right. Once it hit 0, ta-da. She planned to give herself 3 tries before she resorted to the time-consuming stethoscope method, listening to the clicks of the small rollers as they turned in the barrel. It was fortunate that Kent was making the drinks on the sun deck, and hopefully he'd continue to make drinks throughout the lunch service. Through their earpieces, he could inform Trust if anyone moved away from the table. Since Franklin's suite was a long way from the dining room, she'd have plenty of time to get out of there and hide in the utility room if need be. The main course would be the longest, and Trust planned to disappear as soon as they started on their crumb chicken. It would also be an ideal time to slip away from Melanie unnoticed. Somewhere on the boat Trust heard the words, "We are clear of all lines." 15 yards at the dock. All clear of traffic. Port side and starboard side all clear. She knew the boat was leaving the shore. That was unsettling, and so was the thought of making an escape in broad daylight. Chapter 17. Half an hour after they'd left the shore, Kent felt a tap on his shoulder as he was getting more vodka from the supply box. He hoped he hadn't been discovered, found out. He turned around slowly, fearing the worst. It was one of the crew members, wearing a uniform similar to the captain's. Kent assumed he was the engineer. "You're a medic, right?" the man asked. Kent nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I'm a nurse, fully qualified." The truth was, he'd done a first aid course and that was it. "Come with me." Bert's not in a good way. "You need to find out what's wrong with him." "Sure." Kent followed the man to the security guard's quarters. Bert was doubled over on the bed, clutching his stomach. Kent walked closer, trying to appear confident. "When did this start?" Bert looked up. "Since breakfast." "What did you eat?" "Just what everybody else ate for breakfast, I guess. What the new girl delivered on the tray." Kent spoke quickly, to divert attention from the new girl. "No one else is sick. It can't be food poisoning. Open your mouth and stick out your tongue." He checked Bert's throat, squinted, then held Bert's wrist to check his pulse while glancing at his watch. "Lie down. I need to check your stomach. Is it appendicitis?" "Everyone in my family has had theirs removed, except me." "Let's see." When Bert lay down, Kent pressed on his stomach while Bert winced occasionally. "Okay, you can sit up now." He motioned to the crew member and moved to the other side of the room. In a low voice, Kent told him, "It's nothing too serious. It seems like a bad case of constipation." "Am I dying?" Bert called out. "No," Kent told him, then turned back to the other man. "He's not dying, but that doesn't mean it's not excruciatingly painful. He needs to be kept quiet. Obviously, he can't work today. He needs liquids. I'll tell the captain." When the crew member walked out, Kent returned to Bert. "Have you ever had irritable bowel syndrome?" "I'm not sure." Bert winced again, his face contorted. "You have a severe case of constipation." "No, I've never had that before." "You're backed up. That's what's causing the pain. Things will right themselves, but you'll need warm liquids. I'll see if I can find you some prune juice or something to help." "Thank you." "You need to rest. You can't work today." "No, I can't." "Okay." "That man's just gone to tell the captain," Kent told him. "Thank you," Bert said again. "Who is that guy? What job does he do here?" "Errol. He's the engineer. He's a good friend of mine. If he's not doing much today, maybe he can stay with you." Bert nodded. "Okay. I'll ask him." Kent headed to the door. "I'll see what I can find you." "Thanks." Kent found some orange juice and took it to Bert, along with a large bottle of water. Once he returned to where he'd been serving drinks, he was told he was needed in the dining room. When he saw Trust across the room, he gave her a nod to let her know their plan was on schedule. Trust felt relief wash over her as she realized the security guard would be out of the picture for the next few hours. The fewer people around, the better. Trust and Melanie served the entrees. Anne-Marie and Zsa Zsa looked so similar. Both were petite, with long blonde hair in a Barbie doll style. Anne-Marie hadn't taken her hand off Donovan's arm, as if worried he'd run away. The topic of conversation was the boat show at Monte Carlo in September. Franklin was taking the yacht there to find someone to design his new yacht. Trust found it hard to concentrate on the conversation, blinded by the flashing of Zsa Zsa's diamonds. They were everywhere, from the large diamond engagement ring to the wide bangle and the choker around her neck. If Franklin's wife wore such expensive jewelry every day, Trust could only imagine what might be in the safe. Trust followed Melanie to the kitchen. When they returned with the first round of empty plates, Katia had the main course plated and ready to go. Melanie scowled at Katia. "We haven't even got all the dishes back yet. Hurry, or this will get cold." Melanie set the dishes down, and Trust did the same. "Oh, she makes me so mad. She can't even coordinate the timing of the courses." "I know, but it seemed like everyone loved the food. No one's going to say otherwise. It's up to us to figure out whether they liked it. Between the two of them, they cleared the remaining empty plates and soon returned with the main course plates. "Oh, I love how we don't have to wait too long for the food," Anne-Marie said. Trust hoped they'd eat it slowly because as soon as she got back to the kitchen after all the guests had been served, she had to make her move. When they returned to the galley, Melanie leaned against a wall and opened a bottle of water. "I need the bathroom," Trust said. "Well, if you really need to go, you need to do it quickly." Trust walked away, but as soon as she was out of sight, she sprinted. No one was around as she took the stairs 2 by 2 up to Carver's suite. At his door, she slipped on gloves and tried to open the door. Locked. She got out her lockpicks, and in less than a minute, she was through. She closed the door behind her and ran to the room with the safe. She bent down in front of the safe and closed her eyes, recalling the important numbers in Carver's life. She spun the dial, knowing she didn't have long. The safe opened on her second guess. She had planned to give it 3 tries before resorting to her stethoscope, which worked with vintage and antique dial safes like these, but it took time. A minute to go. Trust's heart thumped as she pulled the heavy safe door open. Her gaze took in the array of objects. Hurry. She grabbed the nearest box that seemed the right size for the 3-inch-high statues. Thankfully, this one wasn't wrapped. Her trembling fingers fumbled, and the box fell to the plush Persian carpet. "Get it together, girl." She scooped up the box and opened it. A smile crossed her lips. Nice. It wasn't the statues. Resisting the urge to try on the 3-inch-wide diamond and emerald-encrusted bangle, she snapped the lid shut and placed it back on the shelf. Just as she reached for the next box, an alarm blared. Trust jumped. Something had gone wrong. Her instincts kicked in. She grabbed the smallest, easiest-to-hide package before she could think. She shut the safe door, spun the dial, and knew there was no going back. Trust tucked the box into her shorts pocket and headed for the door, ripping off her gloves. Surely Carver wouldn't miss a small package, especially with so much crammed in the safe. Once in the passageway, she stashed the gloves in a service trolley and wheeled it back to the service room, struggling to hurry in the flat-soled shoes the crew had to wear. Safely in the utility room, she leaned against the wall, trying to steady herself. But the alarm still reverberated through the walls. No relief came. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and stepped back into the passageway. Why wouldn't the alarm stop? She took the elevator down to the lower level. Just before the doors opened, she realized she shouldn't have gotten in. What if the yacht really was on fire? When the doors opened, she smelled smoke and heard raised voices. She hurried to her room, hoping no one would see her. If the alarm was just a drill, her bunkmate, who was also the annoying first officer, would be looking for her to start the dessert service. Hearing footsteps, she ducked into a nearby toilet and locked the door. The alarm ceased. Silence. Trust pulled out the small box, and just as she did, the captain's voice came over the loudspeaker. There was a fire in the galley, but it's been contained. It had to be the chef, in trouble again. Luckily, the alarm wasn't because of her. Trust had no time to worry about that, as she stared at the highly polished wooden box. Carefully, she opened it, delighted to find a huge solitaire diamond ring. Trust held it up to the light, admiring the beautifully cut stone full of fire. She couldn't resist slipping it on the third finger of her left hand. Yes, she'd say yes to any man who gave her a ring like that. It had to be worth $1 million. Nice. Maybe one day, someone would love her enough to put something like that on her finger. Someone pounded on the toilet door. Trust held her breath. There was nowhere to run. Chapter 18. You in there, Tanya? Trust breathed easy. It was only Melanie. Yes. I'm here. I won't be a minute. I've been searching for you. We're needed on level 1. Both of us. Trust frantically searched for a place to hide the ring. She closed the lid of the toilet, stood on it, moved a ceiling tile, and felt around for a spot to put the box. She slid the tile back into place, jumped down, flushed the toilet, washed her hands, and used a paper towel to ensure the toilet lid was clean. Then she opened the door. Trust was supposed to get the statues and meet Kent. He would be waiting at the tender right now. You okay, Tanya? You look all flustered. Just a bit queasy. Must have been something I ate. Katia strikes again. You're not the only one who's sick. Bertram's sick as well. I know, I heard. How was there a fire in the galley? Katia. She burned something, and it was bad enough to set off the alarms. Oh. Have you been in the toilet the whole time? I've been looking for you for a good 20 minutes. Trust knew it was an exaggeration. She'd only been gone for 9. Stomach pains. I barely made it in time. You don't have bulimia, do you? I've had friends who kept it hidden until they were in recovery. No. It has to be something I ate. I couldn't make myself sick if I tried. Melanie looked her up and down. You're awfully skinny. So are you, and the rest of the staff too. Melanie smiled. They only hire attractive slim people. Good to know. Glad I made the cut. It's always the same with people who have money. They like to surround themselves with nice things, and they can hire and fire whoever they want. No one's going to challenge them. They walked into the kitchen and were immediately glared at by Katia. You're late. I've got the dessert ready now, Katia snapped. Trust hoped the dessert wouldn't taste like smoke. As she walked out to serve it, she was relieved to see Kent still making drinks. He looked up at her, and she gave a subtle shake of her head, letting him know she hadn't succeeded. 2 hours later, most of the crew was able to take a rest while the guests lounged on the sun deck. Kent was still working, having moved from the bar in the dining room to the one on the sun deck. Resting wasn't an option for Trust, as the time was spent cleaning the dining room from top to bottom. The only thing on her mind was how to get back into the safe. She'd managed to do it once without interruption, but would she be able to do it again? They'll need snacks now, Melanie said. I've got 2 fruit and nut platters with assorted cheeses. Melanie wrinkled her nose when she saw them. Oh, these look so nice, Trust said, trying to deflect any further criticism aimed at Katia. Help me take them up to the guests, Tanya. Sure. Trust followed Melanie up the stairs. As they reached the dining area, she knew she had to find a way to talk to Kent. They needed to be on the same page. After placing the platter on the table, she gathered some empty glasses and brought them to Kent. Before she could speak, he whispered, Donovan's engagement ring is missing from Franklin's safe. It's gone, and the 2 brothers are arguing. Franklin's brother thinks he stole it. It's worth $1 million. It had to be the ring Trust had taken. Her only concern now was that the yacht would be searched from top to bottom. Trust glanced over her shoulder at the guests. Where are the brothers now? Donovan is insisting Franklin go through everything in the safe in front of him. Right now? Yes. Get to the room now. He looked at his watch. I'll stop the generator, and the power will go out. I saw the switch on the captain's bridge during her lecture. In exactly 4 minutes, I'll hit it and... Great idea, and the windows in his room turn black when the power's out, pitch black. I'll be there pretending to give them fresh towels. If they're going through everything in the safe, the eyegotchis should be in plain view. Loving it. Me too. I'll grab them and run. Take some mace. I will, but you need to be at the tender, ready to go. Disable the jet skis, okay? I'll do it. As soon as I hit the switch, I'll run down to the garage, disable them, and wait in the tender. Good. This might be our only chance. If we miss it, we'll abort. Are you up for it, Kent? We could leave right now if you're not. Yes. Let's do it. He looked over her shoulder. Melanie's heading this way. He glanced at his watch. Lights out in Donovan's room at 2:45. Come on, Tanya. We've got to keep moving, Melanie called from behind. Coming. Trust's heart raced as she followed Melanie back to the kitchen. Stomach troubles, she whispered to Melanie. Cover for me. You're going again. I have to. Sorry. Yeah, whatever. I'll cover for you, again. Trust hurried away. Despite her changed appearance, she couldn't shake the fear that Donovan and Franklin might recognize her if shown a photo of Trust's Zeigler later. But she knew this might be their only shot. The diamond ring. She couldn't leave it. If she grabbed the eyegotchis and escaped, there'd be no time to return for it. She had to retrieve it now. After checking her watch, synchronized perfectly with Kent's, she dashed to the restroom where she'd stashed it. It wasn't ideal to be seen running, but she could always blame her upset stomach. She stood on the toilet, moved the ceiling tile, and the ring was gone. On tiptoes, she felt around. Nothing. She grabbed the toilet brush and used it as a hook, hoping the ring had shifted. Then she felt something. Carefully, she pulled the box down from the ceiling. She dropped the brush and caught the box with both hands. Opening it, she grabbed the ring and tossed the wooden box back into the ceiling after wiping her prints off it. She reseated the tile, unhooked her bra, and securely hooked the ring onto one of the straps. 1 minute to get to Franklin's suite before the power went out. She jumped into the elevator and pressed for level 2. Once on the floor, she flung open the utility room door, grabbed 2 towels, and headed into Carver's suite. She quickly grabbed the remote for the windows from the bedside table and made her way to the bathroom. The office door was wide open. The 2 brothers were inside, packages spread across Franklin's desk and scattered on the floor. She glanced at her watch. It was time. "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought everyone was on the sun deck. I brought fresh towels." Her eyes skimmed over the packages, some small, some large. How could she guess which one held the statues? In her mind, they'd be right there, ready to grab. "Leave the towels and get out," Donovan yelled. She stood, towels in hand, waiting for the lights to go out. But they didn't. "What are you gawking at?" Franklin's eyes flashed with rage. Stall, she had to stall. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Carver. Please don't fire me. It's my first day." She tried to make her face crumple, as if about to cry. "Just go. Can't you see we're in the middle of something?" "I'm so sorry, Mr. Carver. I'm sure there was a mix-up with the rosters." She gave her best pleading look. He glared and stormed toward her. "Get out." "I'm going." She pretended to trip as she turned around. When she stood up and backed out of the door, she glanced back at the safe and saw the statues on the top shelf. Now she knew where they were. That was something at least. Donovan followed her to the door and slammed it shut behind her. He was clearly furious about the missing ring. Now they'd be suspicious of her and her odd behavior. She headed toward the tender, in the direction opposite the galley. She planned to tell Kent they needed to stay longer, but then she heard Melanie call out, "Tanya." Truss spun around. "Where have you been? I've had to do everything myself." "I'm sorry." Truss walked toward Melanie. "Where were you going just now?" "I thought walking around would help." "Do you want a few more minutes?" "No. I think I'll be okay," Truss said. "Come with me." Truss followed her, hoping Kent would realize soon, as he had before, that she wasn't coming. She couldn't leave now. She'd seen the statues, and she never backed down from a challenge. The impossibility of the situation was exactly what always drew her in. Chapter 19. Several minutes later, Truss saw Kent. He was no longer mixing drinks, and had been roped into applying suntan lotion to a guest's back. She walked past so he could see her, and signaled him to make him aware there was a change of plans. Just as well, because he clearly wasn't waiting at the tender like he'd said. Half an hour later, Kent was alone, and she hurried over. "What happened with the lights?" "Never mind the lights. I went to the bridge and apologized to Captain Maureen. I got her attention twice, and twice I pushed the button and nothing worked. She was looking at me weirdly, and told me to get back to work. It must have had some overriding system in place. On my way out, I overheard Captain Maureen being told on the two-way by Franklin to call the employment agency to check on you." "On me?" "Yes. I figured you wouldn't have been able to do anything with the lights still on, and guessed you ran into Franklin and Donovan, and both were furious. It was a dumb plan." She sighed. "A desperate one. I'm so annoyed with myself now. And now they think I'm a bumbling idiot." "No, they don't. They suspect you. We should leave now." They'd done all the hard work, the next step would be a cinch. "No. We're here now. I have to get back to the safe." I've seen the eyegotchis. They're at the back on the top shelf. People fear Lombardo. I'm certain his contact at the agency will vouch for both of us. I think we'll be fine. We're staying now. Yes, but not for long. Kent pushed his glasses higher on his nose. Did you have anything to do with the missing diamond ring? Yes. I've got it. His eyes widened. Even more reason to go now. What will you do if they find it on you? They won't. It's hidden. The eyegotchis are so close, I can almost taste them. You've got a good life now. Let's just call it quits and go. Maybe that client will be happy with the ring instead of the statues. And I think that Vale won't turn you in. He's bluffing. I can't risk that. He told me if he goes down, then I'll go down with him. We have to do this. There was a challenge in front of her, and she couldn't turn her back on it. Not only that, but her life could be destroyed if she didn't get those statues. The diamond, though. He needs the ring to propose to his girlfriend. They're not going to forget about it. They'll search every inch of this vessel, and when they're done with that, they'll search every one of the crew. Where is it? Kent asked. She tapped it through her shirt where it was safely hooked on her bra strap. He shook his head. Did you have to? Kind of. Keep your earpiece in, and I'll tell you as soon as I've got them, and then you can meet me at the getaway point. He pulled the small earpiece out of his pocket and put it in. She walked away and did some work helping in the galley. Then she was given some hot soup to take to Bert. Just before she got to his room, she was grabbed from behind. The soup crashed to the floor. A gloved hand covered her mouth, and she was dragged into a storeroom. All of her kicking and punching was no help. The man was built like a tank. When he had kicked the door closed behind him, he threw her onto the floor. Chapter 20. Trust Zeigler landed on her belly and managed to prevent her head from hitting the floor by breaking her fall with the palms of her hands. It hurt. Springing to her feet, she faced her opponent. It was no surprise to see it was Franklin Carver. Where is it? He snapped, cracking his glove-clad knuckles. Trust knew she was going to be killed. She saw it in his furious eyes and the sweat beading on his forehead. Why else would he be wearing the gloves? Where's what? She wouldn't go down without a fight. My brother's ring. He loomed over her, reminding her of an angry Shrek with his hunched and muscled shoulders that made his neck disappear and thick brown hair that curved to the side. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to sue you for harassment and assault. You can't treat people like this. I quit. His thick arms hung rigidly tensed, his hands fisted by his sides while he glared at her. I know you did it. Who sent you? Was it Lombardo? The agency sent me. That's how I got the job. Listen, lady, you better start talking. He cracked his knuckles again. Start with who sent you. What is the meaning of this? I'm going to call my lawyer. You can't go around manhandling people. They don't have phones at the bottom of the ocean. That's where you're headed if you don't start talking. Who sent you? He took a step toward her. She looked around for something to use as a weapon to defend herself. Then she remembered the mace in her pocket. There was a noise outside. Franklin turned his attention away from Trust. When he opened the door, Trust saw Kent. He'd come to rescue her. Now they were both in trouble. Kent put his head down and charged at Franklin with all his might, but his skinny little body bounced right off, landing on the floor with a thud. Franklin picked Kent up by his collar, and Trust took her chance, landing a roundhouse kick to his midsection. That too bounced off the solid mass of muscle. A sharp pain reverberated up Trust's leg. Immediately, Franklin dropped Kent, who managed to scramble to his feet. Franklin's large frame turned, and Trust met his fierce gaze. His eyes bored through her like a laser. The man was evil. If she reached for the mace, he'd think she was going for a gun, and he would shoot her. It was times like these she wished she carried a firearm. She'd had a minimal amount of training in hand-to-hand combat, but that was only to keep fit. Nothing would work on a guy his size. The only chance was if she could tip him off balance and use leverage to her advantage. As she backed away from Franklin, she watched Kent in her peripheral vision. He picked up a golf club from a bag in the corner. He drew it high over his shoulder and brought it crashing down on the side of Franklin's knee. Trust winced when she heard a clunk. Had Kent smashed Franklin's knee? Kent wasted no time in hitting him again, this time on his shoulder, lowering Franklin further. When he turned and let out a roar, Kent hit him again, causing him to overbalance. As he fell, he hit his head against a built-in wooden shelf. He landed on the floor, unconscious. They both stood over him, staring in disbelief. Kent looked up at Trust. Is he? Trust stepped closer, trying to see if he was breathing. There were no chest movements. Then she felt his neck for a pulse. He seems to be dead. She looked up and met Kent's fear-filled gaze. No. Can't be. Check again. Check what? He's not breathing, there's no pulse. You've killed him. Oh no. I killed a man. What will we do? She looked down at Franklin's huge body. He's too heavy to move. Trust, I just killed a man. He was going to kill the both of us. I know, but we've got to get rid of his body and get out of here. They'll come looking for us soon. We wouldn't be able to pick him up and put him in a cleaning trolley. We'll have to lock this door and hope no one finds him. Good thinking. We'll cover him with something. I'll get a sheet from the utility room. Hurry. Just as Trust was about to leave the room, she noticed a plastic sheet. We can use this. She pulled it out and looked at his size. Okay. Kent held out his hand. It was shaking. Look at me. I don't think I can face everyone. You'll have to. Just for a little longer. Help me drag him to the corner. Trust grabbed one leg and Kent took the other. It took all their strength to move him, and then they covered him with the plastic and put some things in front of him. How did you know I was here? They told me you were taking soup to Bert. I saw the soup bowl and the tray on the floor. Trust crouched down to move Franklin's hand back in and noticed his diamond-encrusted watch. She picked up his wrist so she could better read the brand. Leave it, Kent said. I was just looking. I mean, he's not going to need it. We're not here for that. Let's go. Kent was right. She pushed Franklin's hand back under the plastic, and then they hurried out the door, clipping the lock behind them. When they walked out the door, Trust saw the upended soup bowl. I'll go get another bowl from the kitchen. He might have told his brother about you. His brother wasn't with him. I'm guessing the brother knows nothing. That means I'll have to get the goods right now. I can't wait for dinner. They'll be needing me in the kitchen too. She bit her lip. If I go back there, I'll be stuck. They'll have me doing things. And Franklin's brother will soon start a search for his missing engagement ring. It won't take him long to know he's got a missing brother too. A dead one. Do me a favor. Find Melanie and tell her I'm sick and I dropped the soup. Tell her I'm throwing up in the bathroom. That'll give me a little time and stop them from looking for me, okay? Done. Keep your earpiece in, and I'll meet you at the tender. Have it ready to go if you get there first. I sure will. He looked a little green. Are you all right? He nodded. I just killed a man. He would have killed us both if you hadn't. When he looked unconvinced, she grabbed him by his shoulders. You're a hero. You saved me. Now go, do what you have to do. Put it out of your mind. We have to get off this yacht or we'll be killed. He nodded, and then they parted ways. Chapter 21. Careful not to be seen, Trust got in the elevator and headed to Franklin's study. Her lock-picking tools were taped high on her thigh under her shorts. There was no time to worry about the CCTV. No one was sitting there watching any of the screens, she hoped. His room was unlocked. She opened the door with clean towels under her arm again, just in case she was surprised by someone. The room was empty, so was the bathroom. She dumped the towels on the edge of the tub and pushed open the door of the study. Everything was the same as the first time she'd been there. She knelt in front of the safe and pulled on her gloves. Third time's the charm, I hope. 30. 20. 12. Back to 0. Click. She pulled the heavy safe door open. It was annoying that everything was covered up. Without wasting time, she pulled things off the top shelf, and there they were. 3 jade eyegotchis looked back at her as though they'd been waiting. "Hello, little guys. Come to Mama." She reached in and grabbed them, bundling them into a thin fabric bag she'd brought in her pocket, and slung the bag over her shoulder. "Freeze." Trust turned to see Donovan pointing a gun at her. "Get your hands where I can see them." She put her hands up and slowly rose to her feet. "I've got nothing to do with the ring going missing, sir. It was your brother. I haven't got it, you can search me. He's got it. He asked me to get some other things out of the safe and bring them to him. I knew it. I knew he was behind it." He gritted his teeth. "I never should have trusted him. Where is he?" "He's avoiding you, that's where. He's out at the helipad, waiting for a helicopter. Said he's through with you, and he and Zsa are going to live in Monaco." "Why?" "I think he's jealous of you." He turned and ran out the door. Trust waited a second, ripped off her gloves, flushed them down the ensuite's toilet, and then headed out the door. She took the stairs and avoided eye contact with everyone. Soon she was in the garage area with Kent. He turned around and stared at her. She looked past him to see no tender. Her heart sank. They finally had the eyegotchis, and now they had no escape. "Where is the boat?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Not here." "Find out. That's what I pay you for." He wasted no time grabbing a small computer from his knapsack. After 2 minutes, he looked up at her. "They're replacing Bert until he's better." "So the tender will be back with another security guard?" "Yes." Trust felt she'd be sick. There must be another way. "When are they due back?" 5 minutes or so. I think. It would have been good to know this hours ago. It's a bit hard when I've been shaking cocktails. He held up his cut hand. One-handed. "I'm sorry." "I know." She blew out a sharp breath. "That's another 20 minutes for them to find Franklin's body. Donovan would already have figured out that Franklin's not waiting at the helipad. Now he'll be looking for me." "Huh." Trust walked further and looked out to sea through the opening of the garage. She was trapped. She might as well be back in prison. Even though this yacht oozed luxury from every pore, it still made her feel as though she was caged. Was it a foreboding sign of things to come? Right now, the only way off was over the side. "What happened with Donovan?" Kent asked. "He burst in on me. I had to give him a story that his brother stole the ring and was waiting for a helicopter. He believed it?" "Yes." "Oh, Trust. We're in a whole heap of trouble. There's always the jet skis." "Oh wait, you disabled them." "No. I didn't have the time." She rushed toward them. "Come on." "No, Trust. We're likely to run straight into the tender, and they'll wonder why their crew is leaving the yacht, and they'll come right after us. I also don't know how to drive one. We'll have to hide somewhere and wait for the tender. This is unbelievable. This is why coming on this yacht was a bad idea, right from the beginning." Trust flipped her hair extensions over her shoulder. "I had a bad feeling about this whole thing." "Do you know how to drive a boat?" Kent asked. "No, don't you?" "No, but it can't be that hard. It's not as though I'm going to run into anything out here." Trust covered her face with her hands. "I'll do the driving if we ever get out of here. If the tender ever comes back." "Fine with me." Kent looked out to sea through the open doorway. "I see the tender. Look." Trust looked out to sea and saw the welcome sight. "We've got to hide until they get out." "Where?" "Let's go to the engine room. The engineer might have something to say about that." Choice of two evils. I'd rather face the engineer. They opened the door of the engine room, only to be met by a gun pointed at them. When Trust looked beyond the gun, her eyes met Katia, the chef, who held out her other hand. "Give it to me." "Give what to you?" Trust snapped while Kent cowered behind her. "What you took from the safe." "I didn't take anything." Trust was trying to work out whose side Katia was on. "So you're not really a chef?" Katia grinned. "Was that so hard to guess?" Who are you? Trust couldn't believe Kent was cowering behind her, but it was more unbelievable was that Katia was pointing a gun at them. That's not important now. Give me what you've taken from the safe. No, Trust said. Is she going to kill us? Kent asked in a loud whisper that Katia heard. I will if you don't hand them over, and then I'll just take them. Move in and shut the door. Give them to her, Tanya, Kent said, remembering to use her cover name. Trust took a deep breath to calm her nerves. So you kill us and what then? None of your business. Are you working for Franklin or yourself? Let's not waste time here. People are going to be looking for the three of us. I've got nothing to lose. I can just shoot you and push you over the side. Look, I've only taken. I know you're not Tanya. I know who you are, Katia snapped. Okay, whatever. I was about to tell you that I only had a special order, and that's all I took out of the safe. I left the safe open. You can take everything that's left. Katia cocked her head to one side. What was the special order? Just some stupid ugly jade statues. They're nothing. They must be something. Give them to me. I'll do you a deal. I'll keep the statues, and you can take whatever you want. The safe's open. Katia smirked. I'm not going to trust what you're telling me. Give me your statues, and if the safe is open and I get what I want, I'll give them back to you. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you one of the statues. You better hurry. The safe's packed full of diamond jewelry like you've never seen. That's why I couldn't take anything else. I wasn't prepared. Actually, I'm not sure if I left it open or not, but I can give you the combination. What is the combination? Trust gave her the wrong combination. Then Trust gave her one statue. Stay here if you want this thing back. Katia opened the door and left. They should be off the tender by now, Trust whispered to Kent. Go have a look. Trust opened the door a little and saw the people moving away. She closed the door slowly. There's someone there. We'll wait some more. Trust, can you believe that the chef was a thief? I should have expected it. She couldn't cook like a professional. It can't have been the real Katia, the one that Franklin sought and employed. Well, surely she'd have to look the same as the woman, Kent said. Not necessarily. He employed her from her reputation, most likely. He might have experienced her cooking and then offered her the job by email or through a third party. Still, she was taking a big risk. She looked him up and down. Don't you think we're taking a big risk, Kent? Of all the dumbest, stupidest things I've done, this would have to be the winner. I'm so cranky with myself. Thanks for dragging me into it. Trust sighed. Sorry. Don't worry. I agreed. I thought I should experience danger one time in my life and see what it was like. And how does it feel? He shook his head. Not good. Yeah, well, this will have to be our last. Your first and last. He gasped. Do you think we're going to be killed? I hope not, but I didn't mean that. Trust looked around. Where is the engineer? She walked further into the room and looked around the corner. She saw two legs, the lower section of a man lying on the floor. What is it, Trust? Kent whispered. I think I just found the engineer. She hurried around the corner to get a better look. He'd been shot through the head. He's dead, Kent. She came straight back to him. That's not good. He looked at his watch. Okay. Try now, or do you want me to go first? I'll go first, and I'll come and get you when the coast is clear. Before he could argue, she moved down the passageway to the garage area. No one was about. She rushed back to Kent. All good. We have to hurry before Katia comes back. They got into the boat and put it in reverse. Trust passed Kent a hat. Quick, put this on and pull it down low. Then she tucked her hair inside her shirt, put on a hat and passed Kent a life jacket. Put this on too, just in case. She didn't need to tell him twice. He put it on in double quick time, snapped the buckles in the middle and pulled the straps tight. Still no sign of Katia. Had she been caught red-handed? Anything was possible. As soon as they were clear of the yacht, Trust pulled the throttle down to full speed. Keep your head down so they can't see who you are. They have high-powered binoculars. Just as Trust fastened her life vest, a siren sounded. That doesn't sound like the fire alarm, Kent said. No, we've been spotted, or they found Franklin, or the engineer. Either way, they're not going to be happy. A few seconds later, Trust glanced over her shoulder. A jet ski's coming for us. Faster, Trust. They're after us. Chapter 22. Can we go faster? Kent called out over the noise of the boat's engine. We're going as fast as we can. This thing just plain can't outrun a jet ski. Trust had another look and saw the driver was a woman. It's Katia. Go faster, Kent yelled. This is as good as it gets. When she saw Katia gaining, she knew they'd never outrun her. Then there were 2 gunshots. Trust got down as low as she could. The revolver she's got holds 5 to 10 rounds, Kent shouted to Trust. She's already used up 3. Another shot sounded. That's 4. Keep down. She had to think of something else. She eased off the throttle. Trust, what are you doing? She's got a gun. She'll kill us. We can't outrun her. We can try. Follow my lead. She stood up and raised her hands in the air. Katia stopped firing and once she got closer to them, slowed the jet ski. Don't shoot, Trust called out. Kent slowly rose next to her with his hands in the air. I'll give you the other 2 statues, Trust said when Katia pulled up next to the boat. No funny business this time. I should shoot you right now for giving me the wrong combination. She had the gun aimed straight at Trust's head. Sorry about that. What else did you take? The missing ring. Katia snapped. No, Trust said at the same time that Kent said yes. Katia stood with her legs either side of the jet ski, keeping the gun pointed at Trust. Where's the ring? I have it, Trust said. Give it to me. Wait. Hands where I can see them. It's in my pocket. Trust slowly moved as close as she could. Give it to me, or I will shoot your friend. She pointed the gun at Kent and extended her other hand to get the ring. Trust moved her hand into her pocket, took hold of the mace and sprayed Katia, then lunged forward and kicked the gun out of Katia's hand. With another kick to Katia's midsection, Trust sent her flying into the water. Trust leapt onto the jet ski. Jump on, Kent. When she saw Katia swimming to the jet ski, Trust drove it around to the other side of the boat. Kent hung on to the side of the boat and put one tentative foot out toward the jet ski. She didn't have time for this. Katia was coming for them, and now the pretend chef was furious. Trust yelled, now Kent. Now. Jump. You have to. Kent jumped and caught the end of the jet ski with his hands, the lower half of him in the water. Trust yelled, hang on. She moved away from Katia with him clinging to the back end, and then she helped him up. Once he was on, she zoomed away. Good work, Trust, he yelled. She couldn't help being annoyed with him. How could he have fallen halfway into the water, when she had the jet ski right beside the boat? They'd lost valuable time. She turned her head and yelled so he could hear, we're not done yet. Where's Marty? He wouldn't be this close to the yacht. Keep going. I already let him know when we left the yacht. He'll be waiting. All the worst-case scenarios ran through Trust's head. If Marty wasn't contacted again, he'd figure something had gone wrong. Would he put himself in harm's way to rescue them? Much like Kent, he'd always played a behind-the-scenes role, always kept one step away from danger. Above the noise of the jet ski, the sound of gunshots cracked through the air. Trust turned to see another jet ski chasing them. It was a big man. Her guess was the new security guard. When Trust turned again for a better look, it seemed Katia was hanging onto him from behind. Faster, Trust, Kent yelled. He's got a gun. I'm going as fast as this thing can go. A barrage of bullets sounded. Then her jet ski surged to one side. Kent was gone. She turned the jet ski around to see Kent, bobbing up and down in the water. It's my leg, he called out. I've been shot. Go. Save yourself. No. Get back on. Trust moved closer to him. He tried to hang on and boost himself up, but couldn't. She held out her arm. Go, Trust. Meanwhile, the bullets had ceased, but the other jet ski was gaining. Had they run out of bullets? Stay there. I'm going to try something. Kent didn't like the sound of that. Searing pain went up and down his body. The jet ski had made waves that engulfed him, even though he was buoyed by the life jacket. Why was she going toward the enemy? Kent closed his eyes tightly, shaking his head to clear the water from his face, and doing his best to ignore the pain. What she was doing was madness. He opened his eyes and saw the two jet skis speeding toward one another. Trust was so strong, so brave. Unstoppable, just like Leia heading to battle against the stormtroopers. Remembering first aid training, he put his hand tightly over the spot where the bullet had penetrated his thigh to slow the bleeding. The waves were high, the water cold. He closed his eyes tight again, feeling the strength seeping from him. Leia would be back for him. Yoda's words swirled through his mind. It is she who leads the battle. No, Leia. Save yourself, he tried to yell. His body only had strength for a whisper. Trust zoomed away from Kent. There was only one chance for this to work. One chance to keep both herself and Kent alive. She charged at full speed toward the other jet ski. They weren't slowing, and neither were they showing the slightest sign of swerving. Seconds to go before impact. Trust closed her eyes and prayed she and Kent would make it out of this mess alive. Kent heard an almighty explosion, and then fire leapt skyward from the water's surface. Black smoke billowed into the air like the aftermath of an atomic bomb. Then came a deathly silence as smoke spread out, billowing toward him. No. Tears poured down Kent's face. Leia was gone. No one could survive that. Leia had sacrificed herself to save him from Palpatine. Chapter 23. Kent, talk to me. Trust tapped his face. I'm here. He opened his eyes and saw her. She was swimming through the smoky haze toward him. Leia. You made it back. Kent. It's not Leia. It's Trust. They weren't in the clear yet. Kent was clearly delirious if he thought he was living in a Star Wars movie. Trust had played chicken with the other jet ski. She jumped off, ditched her vest, dove under the water and swam, staying underwater as long as she could to get away from the wreckage of the jet skis. When she surfaced, there was smoke, debris, and flames. She couldn't work out which direction was which until she caught sight of Kent's red life jacket. The smoke from that explosion would have been seen far and wide. Someone was sure to call the Coast Guard, if the captain from the yacht hadn't called them already. They didn't have long. Confusion was all over Kent's face when she told him she wasn't Leia. I'm swimming for the boat. With Kent injured, their only hope of a getaway was the abandoned tender. And that was only if it hadn't been harmed from the explosion. Don't leave me again. He looked around, but she was gone. He shivered in the cold water, clamping his hand back over the wound in his leg. He'd been shot. That meant blood. Before he had another thought, something bumped his leg. He froze in fear. Sharks. He looked up and saw a fin about 10 yards away, moving slowly, circling him. Knowing they were attracted to movement as well as blood, he kept as still as he could. Hurry, Leia. Kent. He opened his eyes and saw the boat moving toward him, 20 yards away. Hurry. There are sharks. He tried to pull his legs up under himself, to make it harder for the sharks to grab hold of a leg, but it was too painful to move. When Trust drew the boat close to him, she leaned over, grabbed his life vest, and hauled him into the boat. He lay on the floor of the boat, utterly exhausted, as the tender powered away. Trust turned to look at his leg, opened the first aid kit, and bound his leg tightly. Thank you. Can you call Marty? He touched his ear. I can't. My earpiece fell out. I'm not surprised, with you in the water that long. We can only hope that. There were sharks. One touched me. She wasn't so sure about that. Surely the explosion would have scared them away from the area. Then Trust saw something, and squinted to sharpen the image. It was a boat coming toward them. If this wasn't Marty, she was all out of fight. All out of ideas, and Kent needed medical attention. She prayed it was Marty. Then she saw a bald man waving both arms. Trust cried out with relief. There was hope. They were close to safety. It's Marty. Kent opened his eyes. The boat stopped alongside the tender. "Kent's been shot," Trust blurted out. The grin left Marty's face and his mouth dropped open. He took his cell phone out and made a call while two well-muscled men pulled her on board, and then they held the tender steady while two others moved Kent onto the boat and wrapped him in blankets. "Thank you, Marty." On the large charter boat, Trust felt safe. It powered away from the tender. As Trust's teeth chattered with the cold, she saw someone examining Kent's leg. "Who's that?" Trust asked Marty. One of the crew passed her a blanket, and she nodded her thanks as she wrapped it around her shoulders. "He's okay. It's one of my cousins. He used to be a paramedic." "How did you know to bring him?" "I didn't. I employed him to come along. He needed extra cash. Don't worry, none of these men will talk." "I know that." He picked up a bag and tossed it to Trust. "Dry clothes." She caught the bag. Can he fix Kent and get the bullet out? She knew he couldn't go to a hospital if he'd been shot because of the laws about reporting bullet wounds. "Hurry and put the clothes on in case we get stopped by the Coast Guard. We're going to my brother's place. He'll get that bullet out." "Your brother's a doctor." "Yes." She hugged Marty and he pushed her away. "You're drenched." She looked into the bag and didn't care how inappropriate or wacky the clothing items might turn out to be. "I've never been so pleased to see dry clothes." She pulled out black jeans and a black t-shirt and was surprised. She'd expected some weird Halloween costume. Trust took a last look at the empty tender in the distance before she headed down the stairs of the charter boat to get changed. Chapter 24. Once they were off the boat, Marty, Kent, and Trust got into a waiting car. Marty had called ahead and made further arrangements. From there, it was a 5-minute drive to Marty's brother's clinic. Trust sat in the back with her arm around Kent, who had his head resting on her shoulder. The paramedic mentioned that being in the cold water had likely helped slow the bleeding. If anything happened to him, it would be her fault. It had been madness to drag him into this, but they had never intended to stay on the yacht for so long. They were supposed to have been on and off the vessel in just a few hours. Trust certainly hadn't expected Kent to cut his hand, which had ruined everything. Finally, they arrived, and Trust and Marty helped Kent through the back door. Trust looked around at the pictures of dogs and cats lining the walls. "Wait. Your brother's a vet." "Yes. Dogs, cats, people, there's not much difference. All are mammals." "You said he was a doctor." "He is. An animal doctor. We're in luck, it's after hours and he's waiting for us." "Terrence," Marty called out as they entered a room that looked like a surgery. Right now, Trust was okay with Kent being treated by a vet. She just hoped Kent would be too, once he was back to normal. A tall man with dark hair graying at the temples walked in and closed the door behind him. He looked nothing like his short, bald brother. "This is Tanya," Marty introduced. Terrence nodded at her. "Hi, Terrence." "The patient is Zach," Marty emphasized, using Kent's cover name. "Okay, and you said he's been shot in the leg." "Yes." "Let's take a closer look." While Kent slumped in the chair, Terrence examined the wound. "Not as bad as you said." "That's good news." "Can you fix him?" Trust asked. Terrence looked up at her. "I'll do my best. I'll need to give him something to put him out." "Are you okay with that?" he asked Trust. "Yes." "Are you going to give him horse drugs?" Marty asked. "Better if you don't ask," Terrence replied. Trust sat beside Kent as they moved him into the operating room. The first thing Terrence did was hook Kent up to an IV drip. Terrence wore surgical gloves and a mask, but neither Trust nor Marty had masks, and it wasn't exactly a sterile environment. Trust knew this wasn't like the operations on TV, but Terrence didn't seem to care. He probably only cared about animals, not people. She watched as he took a large instrument like a pair of pliers and dug into Kent's bloody leg. "Got some of it." He stared at what he'd retrieved before dropping it into a plastic petri dish. It was the first smile she'd seen from the vet. Terrence spent the next 20 minutes removing fragments, then took an X-ray to ensure nothing was missed. "That seems to be all of it. I'll clean the wound and stitch it up." Trust grimaced and noticed Marty couldn't even look. "Was it bad?" she asked Terrence. Long-range shotgun damage is much less severe than close range, which can be just as bad as a high-velocity rifle. Oh. She glanced at Marty, then back at Terrence. So, he was shot with a shotgun. That's what he said at the start, Marty confirmed. The damage is mostly muscle tissue, no nerve, bone, or major vessel involvement. The bleeding's slowed and his blood pressure's okay, so he didn't lose too much blood. He'll live. That's reassuring, Marty said with a grimace. The cold water must have helped. That and the fact it was salt water. Keeping pressure on the wound was key. I'm glad no one poked around in it too much, that could have caused more damage. Terrence poured a solution over the wound, which looked like water, but Trust knew it wasn't that simple. This was nothing like a TV operation. No heart monitor, no nurses, just a vet. But this was their only option. She and Marty watched as Terrence stitched the wound. We appreciate this, Trust told him. Don't make a habit of it, Terrence replied. He left the room and returned with 2 bags of blood. These weren't easy to get. I had to pay a premium. I'll cover it, Marty said. Terrence hooked one of the blood bags to Kent's IV line without a word. You know his blood type? Trust asked Marty. I asked him on the charter boat and then called Terrence. He's the most common type. I could have guessed, but it had to match. You were getting changed at the time. You think of everything, Marty. The man was bleeding. He obviously needed more blood. I guess so. There's also the risk of infection, Terrence added, glaring at Marty. This is the last time. I won't ask again, Marty promised. This was a one-off, right, Marty? When there was no answer, Trust looked at him and saw he was looking a little green. Are you okay? He held his stomach. Barely. Trust watched Terrence sew the skin together. It looked like rough needlework, and Kent's skin was raised. Will he have a scar? She asked. It's hard to say. Everyone's different. He might end up with a fine line, or a raised scar, or something in between. That's how it works with animals, anyway. Terrence pulled off his gloves and tossed them in a container, then unlocked his drug cabinet. I'll give him some antibiotics. 1 pill, twice a day for 2 weeks. Got it. 2 a day, 12 hours apart, Trust confirmed. Terrence filled a bottle with the pills and screwed on the lid. When will he wake up? Marty asked. In an hour or 2. Stay with him so he doesn't fall off the table. I'll show you how to switch the IV bags when the first is done. Keep the fluids going until the second bag is empty to help replace the lost blood volume. We'll watch him, Trust said. We will. Marty groaned. Yes. Stay with me? He nodded with a heavy sigh. All right. Thanks. She patted his shoulder. Marty was normally so composed, always ready with a witty comment. When Kent wakes, he'll probably feel queasy, Terrence said, measuring some liquid into a container. Give him a swallow of this. It should help. I'll also show you how to remove the IV needle and bandage his arm afterward. Okay, thanks. Terrence checked his watch. Gotta go. Dinner with the outlaws. Outlaws? Trust asked. In-laws, Marty clarified. Oh. Trust laughed. Trust me, outlaws is more fitting. Having dinner with them every few months keeps them from dropping by unexpectedly. Smart plan if they're anything like my parents. As Terrence removed his white coat, Trust looked at Kent. He looks pale. He should be okay. I can't get more blood for him tonight, but I can tomorrow if needed. He didn't lose as much as you might think, not judging by his heartbeat and blood pressure. Our bodies can replace blood cells quickly with enough liquid and proper nutrition. Terrence turned to his brother. This is why I had to move. To get away from you. I don't need these problems. You're always dragging me into things. This will be the last time. I promise. That's what you said last time. I mean it this time. The vet looked at Kent. He'll be tired for a while, but he should recover. Chapter 25. They arrived back at Marty's house a few hours later, and Trust helped Kent to the bedroom attached to Marty's work area. He's going to have to stay here with me tonight, Marty said. Thanks, Marty. He could have stayed with me, but I'm probably being watched. My apartment might be under surveillance, and I'll probably have to account for my movements. I just hope no one asks me. You'll think of something if they do. You're a good liar. Thanks. I think. I'll be okay to go home, Kent said. No, you won't. You need to be watched, at least overnight. I'll stay here too if that's okay with you, Marty. He rolled his eyes. What, am I running a hotel now? It'll only be for a couple of days. I'll sleep right next to him, on the floor. Marty shook his head. That's ridiculous. It's not. Believe me, it'll be more comfortable than the bunks we had on the yacht, and way better than what I slept on in prison. I'll let you stay here, Trust, as long as we don't have to hear any more about your prison stay. I hardly ever talk about that. Yes, you do. You complain about the food, the bed, and the inmates who are supposedly out to get you. They probably are. Do you know one of them had an uncle in the Russian mob? It was the mafia last time. One of those. I can't remember which. But she had a powerful uncle who killed people. What's stopping her from sending someone after me? I double-crossed those girls. You've started her off again, Kent said. Don't you start, Kent. I'm the one who fished you out of the water, remember? You were as limp as a rag doll and felt like you weighed twice as much. Kent smiled. Marty pointed at her and grinned. You're the one who got him into this in the first place. Now you're both picking on me, stop it. Marty sighed. All right, you can both stay here. Good. Thanks. Do you feel like eating something? Trust asked Kent. No, not right now. He's been fed already through the drip, hasn't he? Marty asked. That was just fluids with electrolytes, no actual food. Well, I'm hungry. I can make lasagna happen. You can make lasagna? Trust asked. I can have it delivered. Sounds like a plan. Trust slept on the floor near Kent's bed and woke up to someone walking between them. She quickly sat up. It was Terrence, leaning over Kent. She moved out of the way, standing up. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you, Terrence said. It's fine. I didn't know you were coming. I wanted to check on him early, before my surgery hours. How's he been? Good. Just tired. He was up a few times during the night to use the bathroom, thanks to the IV fluids. I'm fine, Kent said. Just sore, but that's no surprise. Terrence inspected Kent's leg. Looks fine around the bandage. I'll change the dressing and take a blood sample to check later at the clinic. If you need anything, let Marty know, and I'll bring it back tonight. Thanks so much, Terrence, Trust said. He grunted. While Terrence tended to Kent, Trust rolled up her bedding and placed it on a chair in the corner. How's it looking? She asked. As expected. Terrence turned to Kent. For pain, you can alternate Tylenol and ibuprofen if needed. Take one every 4 hours, and then 2 hours later take the other. Just be sure to keep track. And remember, antibiotics every 12 hours. I'll be back tonight. Marty entered the room. What's the update? He's doing okay, Terrence replied. I'll walk you out. As Terrence left, Kent called after him, Thanks for saving my life. Terrence turned and smiled. Not often my patients thank me directly. Just don't make a habit of it. Kent looked puzzled, and Trust wasn't sure if he realized yet that Marty's brother was a vet, not a human doctor. That was a conversation for another time. When Terrence left, Marty and Trust returned to Kent's side. Thanks to both of you for saving my life, Kent said. Or was it Princess Leia? Marty teased with a grin. Kent's eyebrows drew together. What are you talking about? Trust told me you were calling her Leia. Did you think she was saving you from Palpatine? Kent smiled. Trust is the Leia in my life. Marty laughed. If Trust is Leia, who am I? Kent thought for a moment. Salacious bee crumb. A Kowakian monkey lizard. Marty laughed again. Thanks. Same haircut, same sense of humor, Kent teased. Marty ran his hand over his bald head. You're just jealous of my perfectly shaped head. Trust wasn't in the mood for their banter. She tugged at her hair. Any chance of getting these extensions out now, Marty? Are you sure? I think they suit you. I need them out. They'll damage your hair. I glued them in. Trust knew she couldn't leave them in, and Marty knew it too. He was just being difficult. There must be a safe way to get them out without wrecking my hair. Don't worry, I'll read the packet. Oh good, I'm in the hands of a professional packet reader. Marty made a face. Lighten up. I told you it was my first time doing extensions. By the way, your lips look good. Trust touched her plump lips. I liked my old lips. How long will these last? A few months. Maybe weeks. So, you have no idea. Correct. She followed Marty out of the bedroom and into his office, leaving Kent to rest. Can anything be done to speed up the process? I need to look as little like Tanya as possible to cover my tracks. Marty turned to face her. I don't know what I did with my life before I met you two. I must have had so much free time, because now you take up every waking moment. I've never had to feed clients, find them medical treatment, or open my house like a hotel. We're your friends too, Trust reminded him. Yeah, but with friends like you. Don't say it. Marty laughed and pointed to a chair. Sit down while I read what to do. Trust sat and folded her arms, staring at herself in the mirror. Marty skimmed through the leaflet. Seems there are a few ways. You can leave oil in for 15 minutes, or there's a solvent. Or we could use heat from a hair straightener. I've got one somewhere for the wigs. I remember that. Let's try the oil first. It should be less damaging. I've got olive oil in the kitchen. Stay put. As Marty left, Trust's mind wandered to something that had been nagging at her. Kent had found out that Monica and Ryan had once lived in the same suburb. Ryan went to a boarding school, so they couldn't have met at school. But could Monica know something about Ryan, and that's why she'd been shot? Perhaps as a warning to keep her mouth shut. When Kent was better, she'd have him look into it. That would be after this whole mess was behind them though, whenever that might be. Marty returned, holding up a bottle of olive oil. Told you I had some. Great. He opened it and started massaging the oil into the glue in her hair. Trust, when do you have to get the goods to Vale? I'm putting it off as long as possible. I usually wait after a job. I don't want to run to him straight away. Has he been in touch? No, but Kent hasn't checked his email. Give me my phone. I'll check it now, Kent called out from the bedroom. No, relax. Getting your strength back is more important. I'll see Vale soon. I just hope he'll be okay with only 2 of the statues. That's right. Kent told me you gave the 3rd one to the chef. I didn't just give it to her, she had a gun to my head. And she wasn't really a chef, was she, Trust? Kent called out. No. She must have taken the real Kadia's place. I wonder where the real Kadia is. Probably at the bottom of the sea, Marty said. Wearing cement boots. Do you think the people on the other jet ski are dead? Kent asked. I didn't see them after the explosion. Maybe they got away and swam back to the yacht. It's possible. With all that smoke, I thought for sure you'd been killed, Trust, Kent said softly. Well, if Kadia didn't get away, the other Igachi is at the bottom of the sea, Marty said. At least Vale won't push you to go back for the 3rd one. Trust bit her lip. I hope not. We'll have to hope Lombardo is satisfied with 2. He should be. It's always better to have a pair of something like that. It balances things nicely. I like having things balanced in my home. 3 is an odd number. I've never really thought about it. And what about that ring, Trust? Marty asked. Trust glanced at the 3rd finger on her left hand, where Donovan's ring still sat. It suits me, don't you think? She turned her hand, watching the light catch the diamonds. It's even my size. That ring would suit almost anyone, but you can't wear it. Can't, you say? I'm wearing it right now. In the mirror, Trust saw Marty shake his head. I'm getting attached to it. It's too big. You'll bump into everything, and you'll draw attention. No, I wouldn't. I'd just wear it at home, in front of the TV, eating bonbons. Maybe I'll get a little dog, like a Pomeranian. They've got long hair. It'll be everywhere, Marty shuddered. I'd take her to the groomer every week. She'd have a cute little bow in her hair. Are you getting clucky, Trust? No. Next thing, you'll want to get married and have kids. Not likely. I've always known there's no man out there for me. I let my guard down once and… Oh no, save us from the pity party. You trusted him, he stabbed you in the back. Wah, wah, wah. It's true. Friends listen when you talk, Marty. Didn't you get the memo? No, because I've been too busy taking care of you two, feeding you, finding medical help, disguises and food. Wah, wah, wah. Trust mocked. We do the same for you. Maybe not me, but Kent would. Right, Kent? Of course. There's always room on my couch for you, Marty. No, there's not. According to Trust, I'd have to clear out all your empty pizza boxes. Trust laughed, covering her mouth. Well, yeah, there might be one or two. I clean up every couple of days, Kent said. Marty raised his eyebrows. Good to know, but if I ever need to stay somewhere, it'll be a hotel. At least they have room service. I might go home after you get these extensions out, Trust said. Marty frowned. But I just ordered Chinese. I'll leave after I eat. That's rude, you're not supposed to eat and run. I thought you wanted me gone. I do. Trust grinned. Well, I'll go after the Chinese then. You can't leave until I fix your hair. You look ridiculous. Trust gasped. You were the one who convinced me the long sun-kissed hair looked good. I lied. I had to give you some confidence. Chapter 26. After spending a few more hours at Marty's house, Trust finally headed home, her hair almost back to normal. It had been dyed back to her natural color, though some stubborn glue clumps from the extensions still lingered. As soon as she walked through the door, she locked it behind her and did a quick sweep of the house to make sure she was alone, an ingrained habit. Satisfied, she slumped onto the couch. From her bag, she pulled out the two statues and placed them on the coffee table. She studied them closely. Having seen countless documentaries, she always thought ancient civilizations prayed to large, imposing statues. These small ones were different. Perhaps they were meant for travel, a miniature version of their full-sized gods. Sorry I lost your little friend, she muttered to the statues, then caught herself and smiled. I hope your owner isn't too upset that I only have two of you. Still, that's better than nothing. I could have lost all three. She leaned in, inspecting the statues. Their arms were crossed in front, and their faces resembled those of monkeys. Their eyes were uncut diamonds, and each had a ruby crystal for a mouth. Tiny diamond rows ran down their backs, perfectly aligned. They looked almost otherworldly. Her phone rang, causing her to jump. She saw from the caller ID it was Jack. Hello. Is it a bad time to talk? You're not at another birthday party, are you? Trust laughed. No, I'm at home. I've been thinking about Monica. We still don't know who shot her. Or did you find out? No. We're still working on it, but we're not getting very far. Trust turned away from the statues, feeling guilty. This is a long shot, but what if Ryan Castle was somehow involved? There was silence for a moment before Jack spoke. Are you saying that because you want us to hurry up and find him? No, I just remembered this. When Ryan was trying to kill me, he said something about Monica telling him something. They must know each other, and that's weird. Are you certain? Jack asked. Yes. Why are you just telling me this now? It just came back to me. I'm under a lot of stress with him trying to kill me, and now he's on the run again. He could come back and try to kill me. There's every chance it could be what we call a false memory. Monica and you have had your moments, so in the heat of… I know what you mean, but if I wasn't sure, I wouldn't say anything. Don't you think you should look into it? Yes, I definitely will. Thank you. He chuckled. All roads don't lead to Ryan Castle, remember that. Thank goodness, Trust said. But in this case, more than one road might lead to him. We're doing all we can to find him. Trust wanted to lighten the moment. She didn't want all their conversation to be about Ryan and Monica, two of her least favorite people. Have you finished your teaching yet? Only a couple of days to go. I don't want to do it again. Sounds horrible, Trust laughed. Hopefully, we'll get another interesting case soon. Can't wait. What are you doing tonight? Nothing much. Maybe when I come back, I'll take you out for a bite to eat. Trust laughed. Do you need to debrief? Something like that. I'll look forward to it. Someone's calling me. I've got to go. Don't worry about who tried to kill Monica, or about Castle. We'll find them both. Okay. Bye, Trust said before he ended the call. She tossed the phone down on the couch next to her. Butterflies fluttered in her tummy. He must feel something for her. That was the second time he'd called her for no good reason, and now they even had a date planned. The next day, Trust woke up with a singular focus: get the eyegotchis to Vale and be done with this job for good. She dialed Merrick Vale's number. He answered after 2 rings, as if expecting her call. I'm coming today, she said. You've got them, he asked, recognizing her voice. Yes. She didn't mention she only had 2. That was a conversation best had face to face. If he wasn't happy with it, well, tough. Come at 11. She hung up, her mind made up. After this she was done, no more jobs for Vale or Lombardo. Both she and Kent had nearly died, and she wasn't taking any more risks. Glancing at the large diamond ring on her finger, Trust still hadn't decided what to do with it. Just after 11, Trust sat across from Vale. Let's see them, he said, eyeing the bag on her lap as he leaned forward, hands clasped on the table. No, hello, how are you? Glad you weren't killed, she replied, raising an eyebrow. Wait, was it dangerous? My sidekick got shot, I was shot at, and we both nearly drowned. Vale's expression shifted. He looked down briefly before meeting her eyes. I'm sorry to hear that, Trust. I won't ask you to do anything like this again. You told me you were out of the game, and I understand. This was a one-time thing. That's right. I'm done, completely. He glanced again at the bag. Are they in there? Trust nodded, pulling out the towel-wrapped statues and carefully placing them on the table, facing him. The green jade glowed under the room's lighting, but Vale didn't seem impressed. He looked back at her. Where's the third? At the bottom of the ocean. A small price to pay for our lives. You only have 2. He rubbed his forehead. That's right. It was almost none. I don't know what Lombardo's going to say about this. He took a deep breath. Tell him it was 2 or nothing. Vale's gaze shifted between the statues and Trust. You didn't keep it, did you? Trust recoiled in shock. No. What would I want with these ugly little things? I'm surprised you even asked. That's offensive. I'm just preparing for what Lombardo might think. He could suspect either of us, me or you. Well, I can't control what he thinks. I don't even want my share. Keep it. No. You'll be paid. I'm sure Lombardo will understand the situation. Did you manage to get anything for yourself? Trust shook her head. Vale didn't need to know about the ring. He'll be pleased you got these at least, he continued. I certainly hope so, after everything we risked. Did you or your friend kill Franklin Carver? Her eyes widened. What? No. What are you talking about? Franklin Carver is dead, Trust. You didn't know. I haven't checked the news, she said, realizing it was inevitable they'd find his body. But between worrying about Kent and delivering the eyegotchis to Vale, she hadn't given it much thought. She also felt a pang of regret for the engineer, killed by Katia or whoever she really was. What happened? They've arrested his brother. Witnesses on the yacht said the two had a fight over a missing ring. You didn't take anything else, right? Trust kept her expression neutral. No. I'm a thief, not a killer. Vale stood and offered his hand. Thank you for this, Trust. I won't forget it. She shook his hand. Like I said, the third one is at the bottom of the ocean. I don't need to hear the story. If you don't have it, you don't have it. This is goodbye. We probably won't see each other again. Maybe I'll see you around. Vale said with a faint smile. Maybe. She smiled back and turned to leave, but then she remembered. What about the dagger? He'll return it once he gets the Igotchis. He doesn't want it anymore. So he was keeping it hostage? Something like that. I'll let you know when I find a buyer. Truss paused. This was her moment to cut ties. No, keep the dagger. Keep whatever money you make from the sale and the statues. Vale looked stunned. I can't do that. Yes, you can. You're serious about going straight? I am. Goodbye, Merrick. She turned and walked out. Goodbye, Trust, she heard him say behind her. Once in her car, Trust pulled out her phone to search for any news on Katia and the security guard. She scrolled through the headlines and found a report on Donovan's arrest for his brother's death, but nothing about Katia, the engineer, or the guard. Maybe they'd been reported missing, or maybe their bodies hadn't been found yet. She tossed her phone in her bag, started the car, and drove off. Chapter 27. Trust had just opened the door to her apartment, feeling satisfied that everything was finally done and dusted, as she liked to say, when her phone rang. She kicked the door closed with the toe of her stiletto, grateful to be rid of the yacht's uniform sneakers, and fished the phone out of her bag. Hello. Trust, I need you to come back here right now, Marty's voice crackled through the line. Her heart skipped a beat. Is Kent all right? He's fine. But I need to talk with you in person, as soon as possible. The last thing she wanted to do was drive all the way back to his place. She huffed in frustration. This better be important. Oh, I think you'll want to hear this. Get here now. I just walked into my apartment. All right, I'll be there soon. Grabbing her keys, Trust headed back down to the parking garage, wondering what could be so urgent. As she drove, her mind spiraled with anxious thoughts. Had the police found evidence linking her to the yacht? Katia's body? The security guard? Or worse, had they found the statue on Katia with her fingerprints on it? She was sure she'd worn gloves, but then she remembered. She hadn't worn them when she passed the statue to Katia. She prayed that Katia's prints had smeared any of her own. This was bad. She slid into the driver's seat and started the engine, her thoughts racing. If the police were onto her, Marty would have to help her disappear, maybe even get her out of the country. Soon Trust was sitting on a couch in Marty's workspace, with Kent, propped up on the opposite couch, looking concerned. She glanced between the two men, anxiety gnawing at her. What's going on? She asked. You won't believe this, Marty said, shaking his head. Just tell me. I'll believe it. Kent and I have been talking, then we did some searching and, well, more talking. Marty started. She frowned. Spit it out. Kent spoke up. Trust, there's no such thing as the Igotchis. She blinked, looking to Marty for confirmation. He nodded solemnly. Of course there are. I held them in my hand, she said, disbelief lacing her voice. Kent, you researched them when I first told you about them. He shook his head. No. You forwarded me a photo that Vale emailed you. They are real, but they're not called Igotchis. They don't exist. The jade statues you stole were artifacts stolen from the National Archaeological Museum in Athens. Marty and I think Franklin Carver had them stolen, and Lombardo found out. He used you to steal them from Carver. Trust's heart sank as the weight of his words settled in. This wasn't what she had been told. How do you know all this? I researched stolen artifacts from major museums over the past few years. It took a while, but I found them, Kent explained. Trust sat back, processing the revelation. So, they were never really Lombardo's? Franklin Carver is the one who had them stolen. Kent adjusted his glasses. Exactly. Carver had someone steal them from the museum. If possession is 9/10 of the law, then sure they were his, but Lombardo had you steal them for him. She bit her thumbnail, piecing it all together. She'd been duped. Used. And not just by Lombardo, but by her associate, Merrick Vale. That means the diamonds in the dagger were probably real. Dagger? Kent asked, confused. Never mind. She felt a wave of frustration. Merrick had lied to her, manipulated her with a fake story to get what he wanted. Kent's voice broke into her thoughts. I gotchas. I gotcha. I got yus. We've been had, Trust. Marty nodded. I was the one who figured that word out. Trust shot to her feet, anger coursing through her veins. I should have seen this coming. She paced the floor, fists clenched. What are you going to do? Marty asked, wide-eyed. What am I going to do? She repeated, staring at him. What do you think? I'm going to get even. I'll ruin them both. I'll make sure they wish they'd never heard the name, Trust Zeigler. Chapter 28. Shouldn't you lay low? Marty asked, after Trust had declared she was going to get even with the men who'd fooled her. Yes, Trust, someone's been killed. Actually, 4 people. Potentially 4. Franklin and the engineer we know, and maybe the replacement security guard and the fake chef, Katia, Kent added, his voice strained with concern. Trust sat down slowly, her mind reeling. We don't know about the last 2 for certain, do we? I could only find news about Franklin Carver's death, and that was self-defense. An accident. That's all we could find too, Marty said. But you saw the engineer yourself. And now you're talking about getting revenge. What are you going to do, Trust? Steal the statues back? She took a deep breath. I don't know yet. But maybe I'll steal them and send them back to the museum. It's where they belong. Since when did you become Robin Hood? Robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Kent raised an eyebrow. You usually keep a cut for yourself. This isn't about me or the charity. That's fine for now. Vale was all about the Igotchis going back to their rightful owner, so it seems fitting the museum gets them back. Trust's gaze softened as she noticed Kent wincing from pain. How's your leg? Better, Kent replied, though his face showed otherwise. Her phone rang, interrupting the moment. She glanced at the caller ID, Jack. Without a second thought, she turned off her phone, not wanting any signals bouncing off towers near Marty's house. Marty tipped his head, curious. Who was that? No one I want to talk to. Trust stood up, her mind already racing with plans. Is that all you have to tell me? Both Marty and Kent nodded. I'll be in touch once I have a plan. Kent, gather everything you can about Lombardo's house. Marty, take care of Kent. Will do, Kent replied, though concern still lingered in his eyes. But I'll need to get back to my place, to access my equipment. Trust looked at Marty expectantly, hoping he'd offer to drive him. It'll cost you, Marty said with a smirk. What's new? She muttered, before walking out the door and letting herself out. As soon as Trust got home, she kicked off her shoes and made herself comfortable on the couch, propping her feet on the coffee table. She dialed Jack back. When he answered, she put on her usual calm demeanor. Sorry I missed your call. I was driving and had to pull over. Then my battery died. That's okay, Jack replied, sounding distracted. How's everything? Good. How was your teaching? It went well enough. But I wanted to ask, have you ever heard of Franklin Carver? Trust's heart skipped a beat. Yes. He's a billionaire, isn't he? The one who just died. It's all over the news. That's the one. It looks like his brother killed him. They were on Franklin's yacht, arguing over a missing ring. It was reportedly worth over $1 million. She glanced down at her finger, the large diamond catching the light as she turned her hand. That's awful. Donovan, Franklin's younger brother, says he gave the ring to Franklin to hold on to. It was supposed to be an engagement ring. Oh, how sad, she murmured, feeling more than a pang of guilt. Donovan claims Franklin said it was stolen, but some of the crew say they overheard Donovan accusing Franklin of stealing it. Oh. Could you ask around? See if any of your contacts have heard about the ring. Jack asked. She hesitated. Do I have to? I don't talk to those people anymore. I know it's hard, but I need you to do this, Trust. Okay, she said reluctantly. It's going to be a tough case. Some of the crew members went missing too. 4 of them. Her breath caught. Do you think it was a robbery crew? Were there other valuables missing besides the ring? Hard to say. Franklin's wife is compiling a list of what should be in the safe. And no leads on the missing crew. Trust's voice was steady, but her heart pounded. Not yet. I'm heading to the marina tomorrow to get the yacht's CCTV footage. Trust nearly stopped breathing. They couldn't just email it to you. We prefer a hard copy. The head of security saves the footage weekly instead of taping over it, so we're lucky there. Trust cringed inwardly. That's good. Let me know if you hear anything. I will. I'll start asking around. Thanks. Jack ended the call. Trust immediately pulled the diamond ring off her finger and hid it behind a false panel above the dishwasher. Then she grabbed her car keys and called Marty. Where are you? Marty asked. On the way to Kent's place, like we said. She groaned. I'll meet you there. We've got a problem. A big one. Chapter 29. Trust banged on Kent's door, her heart pounding. Marty opened it and she rushed in. What's going on? Marty walked up behind her, then followed her to the couch. Stealing the I got you's back is on hold. We've got bigger problems. Jack is working on the Franklin Carver murder case. We need to get back on that boat and delete all the CCTV footage to cover our tracks. He's going there tomorrow. They download the weekly footage rather than taping over it. Relax, Trust. I took care of it, Kent said. She turned to him. You took care of the day we broke into the safe, but what about the day we arrived? Oh, Kent muttered, looking down, realization dawning. Trust put her hand on her forehead, feeling the weight of the situation. This job was too rushed. Marty crossed his arms. Most of your jobs are rushed. They're not rushed, they're quick, only when I have a solid plan and we're in control. This one was a disaster waiting to happen. Escaping in broad daylight on a tender? It was madness. I should have known better. She glanced at Marty, her face tight with frustration. We'll need someone to get on the yacht and retrieve those tapes, Marty said. Where would they be stored? In the guard's office, I'd bet, Trust replied. He didn't let me see much when I brought him food, but I saw 2 computers there. I'm guessing that's where they run everything from. Guessing? Marty frowned. We can't afford guesses right now. I know, Trust said, standing and pacing the room. I shouldn't have done this. Kent, do you still have that spyware you had me install on Jack's computer? Yes, Kent said, suddenly alert. We need to get rid of it. Not yet, Trust said. Check his emails, see if he's been communicating with anyone about this case. We might find a clue. On it, Kent said, turning to his computer. Trust then turned to Marty. Can you find someone to get the footage? I can think of 2 people already, Marty replied with a smirk. Relief washed over Trust. You can. That's fantastic. It's going to be heavily guarded, and I don't want to use force. That's why we'll do it openly, Marty said calmly. She stopped pacing and stared at him. We? Openly? Yes. The 2 people I'm thinking of are you and me. I'm not letting you do this alone. Trust's stomach flipped with unease. No, I can't be involved. If Jack finds me on those tapes, it's game over. That's why we have to act fast, Marty said firmly. If there's been a murder, there will be an investigation. The boat must have docked somewhere by now. It's at the Brooklyn Marina, Trust said, biting her lip. Sorry, Trust. I'm not in yet, Kent said, frustration seeping into his voice. Keep trying, Trust muttered, sitting down again, chewing her fingernails. The weight of it all pressed down on her, the danger, the risks, and the consequences. If they were caught, everything would unravel. Her freedom, her chance at something real with Jack, her entire future. I'm in, Kent said suddenly. He's driving to the marina tomorrow to pick up the footage. I already said that, Trust snapped. Kent ignored the bite in her voice. He's been emailing Bert. You might be right about where the USBs are kept, Trust, but you can't go back there. We were nearly killed last time. Stop, Marty growled. What's done is done. We need to focus on the plan. Kent added, even if you get past security at the marina, there's security on the yacht. They'll recognize you, Trust. You can't go back. What if I use the ring? Trust asked, her eyes flicking toward Marty. Marty blinked. What are you talking about? The engagement ring. I'll disguise myself as an insurance assessor, claim a third party turned in the ring. Can you check if anyone's filed an insurance claim on it yet? No. Marty shook his head. I'll go with you as a sergeant. You'll be my plain, slightly dim-witted partner. I've got a police uniform, for a woman from a previous job. I'll get us on the yacht. We'll say we've found the engagement ring, and that fingers are being pointed at the crew for stealing it. While I'm questioning them, you slip away and grab the tapes. Trust raised an eyebrow. Do you really think that will work? Keep your hat on, keep your head down, and don't look at any cameras, Marty said, the gears turning in his head. I'll pad your uniform to make you look heavier. I'll make you so unrecognizable no one will look twice. Don't speak to anyone, the voice always gives it away. How long will it take you to make the police IDs? She asked, already mentally preparing herself for the heist. Not long. People barely glance at police badges. Trust took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing thoughts. I just hope I don't run into anyone. Bert's room is right near the crew quarters. What time do they eat dinner? Marty asked. 6, usually. Then that's when we'll go, Marty said confidently. The crew will be eating, and if you run into anyone, just say you're looking for the bathroom. Better yet, I'll have Bert sit with me while I question him. That's brilliant, Marty, Kent said, admiration in his voice. Trust couldn't help but nod. It might actually work, but only if you make me completely unrecognizable. Marty grinned. I'll make sure your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Now let's get moving. We don't have much time. I know, Trust said, her resolve hardening. We have to do this tonight. Chapter 30. Trust looked at herself in the mirror, after Marty had transformed her into Officer Daniels. She tilted her head slightly, and for a moment it felt like someone else was staring back at her. Her once dark blue eyes were now an almost black shade of brown, thanks to the colored contacts. She'd always wanted darker eyes, but seeing them now felt strange, unsettling even. The temporary teeth clipped over her own gave her an awkward lisp, and she hated how they protruded, but at least she didn't sound or like herself. Slipping on the tortoiseshell eyeglasses, she sighed. Marty was right, no one would look twice at her now. He'd scrubbed all her makeup off and she felt exposed. Walking out, she faced Marty. What do you think? He leaned back, assessing her. You look the part. Go stand over there. I'll snap your picture for the ID. She stepped against a white background while he took the photo. You think you'll have it done in time? Yes. It won't take long at all. He started stripping off his shirt to change into his own police uniform, and Trust looked away, feeling awkward. Want me to take your picture? She asked, glancing at the camera. No. I've got it. I can do it remotely. Why don't you trust me to take it? She teased. Marty laughed. The way you're talking, it's hilarious. What's so funny? She asked, trying to adjust to her new voice. The lisp, he chuckled. You sound ridiculous. Hey, it's rude to make fun of someone, Trust muttered. I can't help it. Just stop talking, will you? He said, still grinning. I'll stop talking if you stop smiling at me. Deal, Marty said, as he snapped his own photo and then got to work on their ids. Half an hour later, they were climbing into one of Marty's cars. It was a plain white, late-model sedan, nothing flashy like the rest of his fleet. On the drive there, Trust couldn't shake the feeling of unease gnawing at her. It was like she was trapped in a nightmare with no way out. Bert's the guy you want to talk to, she reminded him. I know, Trust. You're telling me things Kent already covered. I've got this under control. I'll ask for Bert, keep him with me during the interviews, and hope the police haven't beaten us there. Kent would know if they had, Trust said, though she couldn't help the nervous tension building inside her. Yeah, I just can't help worrying. Don't? No point in both of us being on edge. Marty glanced at her. Follow my lead. Don't speak unless you must. And keep your voice low. Trust touched her mouth self-consciously. These fake teeth are starting to hurt, she mumbled. Too bad. Ignore it. I'll try, she said, pulling out her ID. Officer Daniels. And you? Sergeant McCarthy, Marty replied, adjusting his police cap. Let's go. They parked the car a few blocks from the marina and walked the rest of the way. Though there was supposed to be security, they made it onto the dock without any trouble, until a uniformed guard hurried toward them. "Hey, excuse me," he called out. Trust's heart skipped a beat, but Marty didn't even flinch. "I'm with security," the guard said, catching up. "Are you here about the vandalism report?" "No," Marty said smoothly. "We have business on the Siren." "Do they know you're coming?" "Not yet, but we have a warrant." Trust did her best to keep a neutral expression when she heard Marty's big lie. "Very good," the guard said, nodding and stepping aside. Marty gave him a curt nod in return, and they continued toward the yacht. When they reached the Siren, Marty was the first to step on board, and they were met almost immediately by Captain Maureen Merritt. Trust's pulse quickened as the captain's sharp eyes swept over them. "I wasn't expecting anyone," Captain Merritt said. "Captain Merritt, is it?" Marty replied, using an authoritative tone. "Yes." "What's this about?" she asked, eyeing them suspiciously. "We need to speak with the head of security." "We'll be conducting interviews with the crew," Marty said, not missing a beat. "They've already been interviewed," Captain Merritt replied coolly. "Each crew member was taken to the station for questioning." "That was for another matter," Marty said smoothly. "Officer Daniels and I have been asked by an insurance assessor to prepare a police report concerning a missing ring that has recently resurfaced. Certain members of your crew are now under suspicion." "The ring has been found." The captain's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "That's right," Marty continued. "There's been an insurance claim, and fingers have been pointed at a few individuals. Unfortunately, I can't disclose more until we've completed our investigation." Trust couldn't believe how convincing Marty was. The captain hadn't even glanced her way. She was completely flying under the radar, just like Marty had said she would. "Will my crew need legal representation?" Captain Merritt asked. Marty shrugged. "That's entirely up to them. But this is just a preliminary interview. No handcuffs, I assure you. We'll just need a few minutes of everyone's time." The captain's eyes narrowed, but she nodded. "Very well. You can use one of the conference rooms." "Thank you," Marty said. "I'd also appreciate it if the head of security could sit in with us during the interviews." "No need to trouble him. I'll sit in with you." Captain Merritt seemed firm about that. "Unless, of course, you're suggesting I'm a suspect?" Trust's stomach flipped. How was Marty going to handle this? Chapter 31. Marty smiled at the captain. "Of course not, Captain Merritt. Your cooperation is appreciated." This was nothing like they had planned. How would it work with the captain sitting in? There was no way Trust could slip away to find those tapes in Bert's room. They were shown to the conference room, and once the captain left to organize the crew, Trust turned to Marty. "After you interview someone, ask to speak with the security guard, Bert. That's when I'll excuse myself to go to the bathroom." Marty nodded. "All right, but you'll have to be quick. It's our only shot now that the captain is insisting on being here." Before they could say more, Captain Merritt walked back in. "The first officer, Melanie Strong, will be with you in a minute." Trust's heart sank. Of all people, Melanie was the one person who knew her best. If she recognized her, the whole plan would fall apart. Melanie entered the room moments later. Trust managed a small, polite smile and nodded, hoping Melanie wouldn't take too close a look. Luckily, Melanie seemed more focused on Marty than her. "Okay, there's been a sizable insurance claim on a ring stolen from this yacht," Marty began. "I'd like to ask you a few questions about it." Melanie frowned. "I'm not sure how I can help, but go ahead." "Were you aware that Donovan Carver gave his brother an engagement ring to hold on to?" "No, I had no idea. I knew he was planning to propose, but I never heard anything about a ring. Is there anything you know that might help with our investigation?" "About the ring?" "Yes, about the ring," Marty repeated, a little sharper this time. Melanie seemed nervous. "No, I don't think I can help with that. Did you ever see anyone go into Franklin Carver's suite or near the safe?" "Only the cleaning staff and—" Melanie trailed off as Marty raised a hand. "I'll be speaking with the staff. If you don't mind, Captain, I'd like to speak with the head of security next. It might save us some time. Of course. Are you finished with Melanie? Yes. She hasn't seen or heard anything. Captain Merritt turned to Melanie. Find Bert and send him in. Melanie nodded and left the room. What are you looking for, Sergeant? The captain asked. It seemed you cut Melanie off and she didn't finish. We're hoping to gather some specific information from certain individuals who have been named. I can't say more than that for now. After that, Marty kept the captain busy with small talk. The security guard, Bert, entered the room and Captain Merritt introduced him. Bert glanced at Trust, but thankfully there was no sign of recognition. Trust leaned toward the captain and asked, "Excuse me, do you have a restroom nearby?" Just outside the door, second on the right. Trust slipped out of the room, her breath uneven as she fought to calm her nerves. Her footsteps echoed faintly as she moved past the restroom and descended the stairs toward the crew quarters, her heart pounding in her chest. She hoped the crew would still be gathered in the mess hall, far from where she was headed. Reaching Bert's room, she glanced over her shoulder before snapping on a pair of gloves. With practiced precision, she retrieved her lock-picking tools. The lock clicked open in seconds, and she slipped inside, closing the door softly behind her. The dimly lit room smelled faintly of oil and wood. Wasting no time, she made a beeline for the desk. Her gloved hands moved swiftly, rifling through drawers and scanning the shelves with sharp, deliberate movements. Every second felt like an eternity, her ears straining for the faintest sound of someone that might be heading to the room. Nothing. Her pulse quickened. Where could he have hidden the tapes? She rifled through his clothes, his shoes, but still nothing. Time was running out. Frustrated, she closed the door behind her, leaving it unlocked in hopes Bert would think he'd forgotten to lock it himself. As she hurried back toward the conference room, she ran into Captain Merritt in the passageway. I got worried, the captain said. Sorry, too much coffee earlier, Trust replied with a forced smile. The captain opened the door for her, and she walked in. Marty glanced at her, and she shook her head, signaling that she hadn't found the surveillance USBs. Bert was just telling me about the crew members who went missing, Marty said, smoothly steering the conversation. Good, Trust responded, sitting down. I really don't think anyone here would be involved, Captain Merritt interjected. We did have 3 members who have left. We do know about them. We do need to talk to every crew member, Marty said, glancing at his watch. Thank you for your time, Bert. Could you send someone else in? Sure, Bert said, hesitating as he stood. Are you in contact with Jack Fletcher? Yes, we're working the case together. Jack asked me to collect some USBs. He was planning to come tomorrow, but he'd like to save himself some time. I'll grab them for you, Bert offered. Captain Merritt rose from her seat. No, I'll get them. They're on the bridge. I'll be right back. Marty nodded. Thank you. Once the captain left, Bert also left the room. Trust whispered to Marty, that was lucky. They weren't in his room. Once we get the USBs, we need to get out of here. How? She's practically breathing down our necks, and we still have more people to interview. Marty pulled out his phone and quickly dialed. Kent, call me back in exactly 8 minutes. He hung up and grinned. We'll be called away for an emergency. Oh yes. Good thinking. 7 minutes later, Captain Merritt returned. Marty was just about to start interviewing another person when his phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this, he said, answering the call. Hello. This is absurd. I'm in the middle of an interview. Can't someone else handle it? Yes, she's with me. He paused and glanced up at Trust. Yes, sir. Understood. He ended the call and turned to Captain Merritt. Is there a problem? Apologies, Captain. We've been called away for an urgent matter. We'll have to go now, but we'll need to return tomorrow. Of course. Around 11, if that suits. We'll be ready for you, Captain Merritt replied, handing over the USBs. Here they are. Thank you. I'll make sure these get to Jack Fletcher personally, Marty said as he then passed them to Trust. It wasn't until they were in the car and driving away that she felt the weight lift from her shoulders. We did it, Marty said, still in character. Trust let out a long breath. I can't believe it. You were so convincing as a police sergeant. And you played the part of a subordinate well, Marty added with a grin. I panicked when I couldn't find the footage, but then, they just handed it over. How lucky was that? They handed it to us, on a silver platter. What's your friend going to think when he arrives tomorrow, and finds out the police already took the footage? He's going to be furious, Truss said, thinking of Jack's reaction. He was counting on it. We really did it. We sure did, Marty said, glancing at her with satisfaction. Truss looked down at the USB sticks in her lap. I'll have Kent go through all of this and then destroy it. Marty nodded. Just make sure he doesn't download it. He knows, she assured him. Then with a sigh of relief, she pulled out her false teeth. Finally. I've been dying to get these out. Marty chuckled. You know, you're good at this disguise thing. Ever think of going to Hollywood? She shook her head. Nah. Too boring. I like working with you. Besides, I like being my own boss. After a pause, Marty asked, so what's next? Trust's expression hardened. The jade statues. I'm stealing them back. Marty shot her a sideways glance. You're serious about that? Yes. No one gets the better of me. Is it worth the risk? We just saved your neck, and now you want to risk it all again. I don't care. Both Lombardo and Vale deceived me. They'll regret it. You sure you want to go after Vale too? Marty asked. I'm not sure what I'll do to him yet. But I'm not letting this go. That night, Truss's mind was already racing with plans for tomorrow. She had to see if Kent had found anything useful about Lombardo's home. With any luck, the statues would be there, and not locked away in some bank vault. Chapter 32. The next morning, Truss was woken by a call. She glanced at the clock, 8:30. She saw from the caller ID it was Jack. Hello. Truss, you'll never guess what happened. What? 2 police officers came to interview the crew on the Siren. The captain gave them the security footage. There was a man and a woman. Turns out they weren't really police. They told the captain I was working 2 cases with them. Truss' heart pounded. Are you sure? Yes. I'm on my way to the Siren right now to see if I can find out what's going on. Truss held her breath for a moment, wondering what she should say. Do you want me to come with you? I just woke up, but it won't take me long to get ready. No. I don't see that you'll be much help there. Okay. Relief washed over her, though she kept her tone casual. If he had said yes, she would have had a sudden migraine develop before he arrived. I'll have something for you in a few days. I'd rather you have a fresh mind for that. Sounds good. I'll be here if you need me. I'll be in touch. Jack ended the call. Truss lay back down, letting out a long exhale. He wouldn't recognize her from the footage. She barely spoke, had an extra 30 pounds of padding, and with the teeth and glasses she was unrecognizable. Plus, no one knew about Kent or Marty. They'd never been arrested, so they weren't in the system. Later, she'd go to Kent's house and get information on Lombardo's place. It took 3 days to organize the break-in at Lombardo's mansion, a sprawling 8-acre estate near the Hamptons. Kent had dug up everything from the floor plans, to the type of safe Lombardo used, to the specifics of the security system. Soon those jade statues would be back in her possession. She couldn't wait to see their little green faces again. Truss parked her car some distance away, and walked toward the mansion through the trees, hidden under the cover of darkness. It was Saturday night, and Lombardo was occupied at a charity event. She had arranged for someone to keep the on-site security guard busy at the front gate with a fake delivery dispute. The guard would be distracted for 10 to 15 minutes. With the help of a nearby tree, she scaled the tall fence, dropped down on the other side, and darted toward the house. At the back door, she snipped the yellow wire in the security box. 5 minutes. She had 5 minutes to get in, grab the statues, and get out. The 2 locks on the door weren't a problem, but smashing a window in the room where the safe was would be quicker. No neighbors were close enough to hear, and the guard wouldn't from his position at the gate. She found Lombardo's study and grabbed a heavy ornamental plant, swinging it at the center of the window. It shattered. Trust cleared away the remaining shards and slipped inside. There it was, the safe. It was similar to the one Carver had, and Trust was confident she could crack it. Kent had found key dates in Lombardo's life, and she'd use those to figure out the combination. First try, nothing. Second try, still nothing. The clock was ticking. She pulled out her stethoscope and pressed it to the safe's dial, listening carefully as she turned it. The clicks began to tell her the story, and she memorized the numbers where the clicks were close together. 30 seconds left. She entered the combination. The safe clicked open. Like taking candy from a baby, she thought with a surge of adrenaline. There was no better feeling. She pulled the heavy door wide. She'd grab the statues and run. But when she looked inside, she froze. There were 3 statues. Not 2. Her mind raced back. Had Katia survived the impact on the jet skis? She remembered seeing her just before the crash, hiding behind the security guard. Or had she somehow left the statue behind? But how did it end up in Lombardo's possession? Trust grabbed all 3 statues and shoved them into her bag. Suddenly, alarms blared and police sirens echoed in the distance. Just as she turned to make her escape, the room lit up. Lombardo stood there in a formal black dinner suit, smirking. "Bye-bye to your law enforcement career, Trust Zeigler." He chuckled darkly. "They say a leopard never changes its spots. I figured you'd try something like this. That's why I doubled my security." Uniformed police swarmed into the room. "Take her away," Lombardo ordered, his voice filled with glee. "And make sure you cuff her." Before the police could reach her, Jack Fletcher stepped into the room. "Not so fast," Jack said, his voice steady. He turned to Lombardo. "I'm placing you under arrest for grand theft and larceny." Lombardo's smug expression vanished in an instant. It was the most satisfying thing Trust had ever seen. "Step away from the lady," Jack told the officers. "Get away from me," Lombardo yelled. "I caught her red-handed. Arrest her." Jack calmly pulled a document from his pocket and handed it to Lombardo. "What's this?" Lombardo demanded. "Search warrant," Jack said. Trust stepped forward and handed Jack the bag containing the statues. "Here they are, the 3 of them." Jack pulled one out and inspected it. "Mr. Lombardo, I believe these were stolen from a museum in Athens 5 years ago." "I wasn't even in Athens," Lombardo stammered. "Tell it to the judge," Jack replied coolly. "She was on a yacht. She stole them from Franklin Carver. She probably killed him. She planted them here." "Cuff him and take him away," Jack said to one of the officers. As Lombardo was being led away, he screamed, "Her real name is Trust Zeigler. She killed Franklin Carver and she's a thief. She planted the statues." Jack said dismissively, "You should worry about yourself. I'm sure you'll have more pressing legal issues before I'm done here." When Lombardo was finally out of the room, Jack turned to Trust and smiled. "Your friend had a good tip-off. Thank him for me." "I will. And nice trap you set up." He flashed her a smile. "Couldn't have done it without your help." "Any time." "Why would Lombardo say you were on Carver's yacht?" Jack asked, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "He's a liar," Trust said, shaking her head. "He was trying to deflect attention. That's what narcissists do." Jack seemed to consider this. "It's odd, though. There were some crew members who disappeared from Carver's yacht." "That's terrible," Trust said, feigning concern. "They might have been witnesses to Franklin's murder. Maybe they were thrown overboard." "It's a possibility." "We still haven't found those fake police officers who took the footage," Jack mused. "Ghosts?" Trust suggested lightly. Jack chuckled. "Could be, but I don't believe in ghosts." "Neither do I. I don't believe in much of anything." "Well, I believe in evidence." Jack glanced around the room. "And I reckon the team will find plenty here to put Lombardo away for a long time." Trust couldn't help but smile. She had finally gotten even with Lombardo. She was so keen to know how he'd gotten that 3rd statue. The only thing that made sense was that Katia had left it somewhere on the boat. As for Vale, his time would come. But for now, she'd savor this victory. A few days later, Trust was back in her routine, finishing her usual 3-mile run. Jack had mentioned them going out for a meal some days ago when he'd been away, but it seemed he had forgotten all about it. That led her to wonder whether he was suspicious of her. As she cooled down and walked toward her apartment building, she saw a familiar figure talking to Frank, the doorman. It was Serenity. "Hi," Trust said as she approached, taking in her sister's polished appearance. Serenity wore dark pants, a jacket, and a light pink blouse. Her hair was sleek and straight, and her makeup was flawless. "He wouldn't let me upstairs," Serenity complained. "I knew she wasn't here," Frank told Serenity. "That's his job." "Thanks, Frank," Trust said with a smile. "Come on, Serenity." As they stepped into the elevator, Serenity rolled her eyes. "He's horrible." "He's okay," Trust replied, pressing the button. "You never agree with me." "I do." See. Once inside the apartment, Trust made coffee for her sister. They sat down to drink it, and Trust sensed there was something on her mind. "I've been seeing Silas again," Serenity said after a few moments. "You know, the one from before." "Amish Silas?" Trust raised an eyebrow. Serenity nodded. "Yes. We've been out a few times. I think there's something real between us." "I'm glad," Trust said. "What happened to the other guy?" "He went back home. His girlfriend left him. And so she should have. Cheaters never win." Serenity chuckled, then took a sip of coffee. "I wish you'd come home for a visit." "No thanks. I don't see the point. Our parents disowned me. I'd just be a reminder of their bad parenting or something." "Please don't shut me out too," Serenity said, her voice soft. Trust gave her a reassuring smile. "You don't need to worry about me. I'm fine, really. I'm getting my life sorted out, but you'll always be in my life as long as you want to." "Good." Trust leaned back. "I think Silas will be good for you." "Do you?" "Yeah. You've known him a long time. That counts for something." Serenity looked at her watch. "I'm meeting him for lunch." "Here in the city?" Serenity nodded. "Then you'd better change out of those jeans." Serenity laughed. "We're both in regular clothes." "Regular? You mean non-Amish is normal for you now?" "I guess so. When we're far away from home." Trust smiled. "Sounds serious." "It is," Serenity admitted with a giggle. "I think it is. Maybe the next wedding I go to will be yours." Serenity's eyes lit up. "Would you come?" "For you, yes. I'll definitely be at your wedding." "Thank you. I'd love for you to be there." As soon as Serenity left, Trust retrieved Donovan's ring from its hiding place in the kitchen and lay down on the couch. She held the diamond up to the light, watching the colors reflect off the facets. What to do with it? Selling it to support Haven of Hope had crossed her mind, but somehow that didn't feel right. For now, she would keep it safe. Chapter 3:3. It was the morning of Donovan Carver's wedding day. He'd been cleared of his brother's murder because there were prints on what they thought to be the murder weapon, and they weren't his. An hour before the ceremony was set to begin, Trust parked her car and made her way to the church where the ceremony was to take place. There, across the busy intersection, was Katia. Trust knew it was her instantly. The fake chef hadn't changed her appearance much. The woman stopped walking, staring directly at Trust, then quickly turned and started walking in the opposite direction. Now it made sense. Katia had survived and given the third statue to Lombardo. Trust didn't bother chasing her. What would be the point? She couldn't even tell Jack about spotting a supposedly missing person from the yacht, because then she'd have to explain how she recognized someone from the siren. She crossed the road and then quietly slipped through the back door of the church, only to come face to face with Donovan Carver himself. They locked eyes, and she could see a flicker of recognition in his gaze. "You." His voice was uncertain as he pointed at her, tilting his head as if trying to place her. "I know you from somewhere." "I don't think so," she replied smoothly. "I'd surely have remembered." She reached into her bag and pulled out a small red velvet box, holding it out to him. "I have something for you." He blinked, confused, as he stared at the box in her hand. "Someone in a black limo pulled up outside," she continued, and asked if I was coming into the church. They asked me to give this to you. Then they just drove off. You are Donovan Carver, aren't you? I am. His brows furrowed as he took the box from her. He hesitated for a moment, before slowly opening it. Inside was the engagement ring he'd thought he'd lost, the one meant for the woman he was about to marry. His eyes widened as he stared at the ring, a mix of relief and joy spreading across his face. I can't tell you how happy. His voice faltered with emotion, the corners of his mouth lifting in a rare smile. But when he looked up to thank her, trust was already gone. Chapter 34. Trust couldn't make herself get out of the hot bath. The heat soaked into her muscles, soothing the tension from a hectic day of returning a stolen ring and seeing a fake chef. She remembered the Chinese food delivery was on its way and forced herself to sit up, grabbing a washcloth to wipe off her pink mud face mask. But before she could, a knock sounded at the door. The cloth slipped from her hand into the water. Just a minute. Trust called from the bath, hoping the delivery boy heard. If she didn't get to the door, he'd leave the food on the doorstep, and the woman from across the corridor would complain about the smell. Not wanting to hear that again at the next owner's meeting, she moved quickly. Wrapping herself in a white robe, Trust grabbed a $10 bill from her bag and rushed to unlock the door. But as soon as she opened it, a large figure lunged at her, a hand clamping around her throat. Her body twisted and she hit the floor hard, the breath knocked from her lungs. She recognized the scent, musk with a hint of cinnamon. She'd once loved that smell. Now it terrified her. You! Trust gasped. It was Ryan Castle, her double-crossing ex-boyfriend. He sneered as she scrambled to her feet, clutching her robe tighter around her. Look at you, Trust. Just like I imagined. Her heart pounded. The last time she'd seen him, he'd tried to strangle her before the police hauled him away. Jack had saved her. She pulled herself together. If Ryan wanted her dead, she would be already. What do you want? I'll get to that. How've you been? You better go. I'm expecting someone. Yeah, sure looks like it. He stepped closer, pinning her against the wall. It's true. Trust spat out. Why else wouldn't I check who was at the door? I thought it was him. Who'd you be expecting dressed like that? With that gunk on your face? Ryan smirked. Not a lover. Not anyone important. Lying again, aren't you, Trust? What do you want? She stepped to the side, putting space between them. I'm here on business. I'm not interested in anything you have to say. I think you will be. He strolled over to the couch and sat down. Why would I want anything to do with you? You can't be trusted. She stayed near the door. Not so. I warned you at the airport it was a trap, right before I got shot. His tone softened, as if that erased everything else. You left me to drown once, another time you wrapped me in plastic to smother me and you tried to strangle me. How does that make us even? Ryan shrugged. Where are the diamonds you stole from me? I told you, I don't know. His nonchalance only fueled her anger. I'll find them. No matter what it takes. He leaned back, pressing his fingertips together. I'm proposing a truce. I'm proposing you get out of my apartment. Before Ryan could respond, the delivery boy appeared at the door, hand raised to knock. His eyes widened at the sight of Trust in her robe, with a face mask still smeared on, and Ryan lounging on the couch. He thrust the takeout at her. Here you go. Wait. I have a tip for you. But the boy was already in the elevator, doors closing behind him. Ryan chuckled. Is that who you were expecting? None of your business. Trust slammed the door shut. Get out. Ryan stayed seated, a twisted grin on his face. Not until I've said what I came to say. I don't care what you have to say. Leave or I'll call the police. I don't think so. His calm confidence unnerved her. Trust realized calling the police would raise too many questions. The FBI was on her side because of Jack, but the police wouldn't be. With a sigh, she sat down on the couch across from him, putting the takeout bag next to her. What is it? Like I said, I have a proposition. Tell me and then leave. Ryan's amusement faded, replaced by a hard edge. You and I could make a lot of money together. I don't need your money. Liar. I know you, Trust. It's in your blood. She narrowed her eyes. I've stopped. Since I've been working with the FBI. He chuckled. Sure you have. But we both know you haven't. Get to the point. I'm involved with a group. We steal from thieves. And we need you. I already know you're part of the shadows. It wasn't hard to figure it out. He nodded slightly. We don't use that name anymore, but yes. We need you to break into a safe. The answer's no. She stood and opened the door again. Now get out. Ryan pulled out a gun, placing it on the coffee table between them. Sit down. She slowly closed the door and returned to her seat. What makes you think I'll help you? Because if you don't, life will get very difficult for you. His gaze flicked to the gun. Trust's mind raced. She couldn't involve Jack, and calling the police wasn't an option. I'll think about it. I'm not leaving until you agree. I've got something to show you. He pulled out his phone and started playing a video. That's the jewelry robbery from a couple of days ago. I've seen it on the news, Trust said. Yes, and that's where you come in. She frowned at him. Me? Yes. Why don't you get that stuff off your face? I can barely look at you like that. Fine. Trust stood abruptly. I'll be right back. She hurried to the bathroom, locking the door behind her. She grabbed her phone and checked the security cameras. It was offline again. That was annoying, but it happened every now and again. She splashed cold water on her face, wiping off the mask, her mind whirling with ways she could get Ryan out of her apartment. She'd have to agree with what he said just to have him leave, or he could get violent. When she returned to the living room, Ryan was slumped on the floor. Motionless. Her breath caught in her throat. Ryan. No response. She knelt beside him and checked for a pulse. Nothing. He wasn't breathing. Ryan Castle was dead. Panic set in. What was she supposed to do? Call the police. They'd think she killed him. Hide the body. Impossible. She grabbed her phone and ran to her bedroom. There was only one person she could call. Jack, she sobbed when he answered. Ryan Castle is dead. In my apartment. Jack's voice was calm. I'm on my way. Don't touch anything. She dropped the phone and collapsed onto the bed, tears streaming down her face. How had this nightmare come to her doorstep? Minutes felt like hours, but soon she heard the door open. Trust. Jack's voice echoed through the apartment. She rushed to meet him. He's in the living room. He's dead. But when they entered the room, Ryan was gone. She stared in disbelief. Ryan had been right there, dead on her floor. She'd checked for a pulse. Now the spot where his lifeless body had been was empty. No trace of him, no sign he'd ever been there. Trust's heart raced. What was happening? Was she losing her mind, or had someone been there while she was waiting for Jack? She felt the panic rise again, her grip tightening on the doorframe as she turned to Jack, her voice trembling. He was here, Jack. I swear he was right here. But all Jack could do was look at her, sympathy filling his eyes. There's no one here. Thank you for reading Secret.